Do your boobs hang low? Do they wobble to and fro? Can you tie 'em in a knot? Can you tie 'em in a ball? Can you throw 'em over your shoulder like a continental soldier? Do your boobs hang low? I think it's actually ears. Ears hanging low. The actual stinks. Just because this particular phone right here only has 1% left. I know it's, the Book of Enoch and we are going to be talking on other subjects, but this particular thing I thought was kind of interesting because you know how and I do it jokingly, mention, a certain person in this movie's boobs, right? And I do it jokingly, and then I mention Chosen One, WON, because of his fixation on boobs, that he probably would like them, right? That he probably would like them. Now, tell me he does not listen to my show. Listen. Disclaimer, I do not own all the audio contained in this video, but I am using it within these various act guidelines, altered in speed, used for educational entertainment, just a little bit here purposes. I don't think it's gonna let me play it. Ah, this has got low battery. Stupid shit. Well, we'll have to go back to that, I guess. I mean, that stinks. I just wanted to get it out there. Because I'm saying, I just thought it was kind of funny.
No, I'm serious. I'm serious. I'm serious. So they have all these, what do they call them? These strips that you can put in your hair to make your hair look big.
Now, we talked about possible hair being attached to the bandana, but that was a joke. It was just a joke. And then the boobs of this person, and I'm just saying that this was Chosen One's conversation.
Yeah, they got so much. I work with women who you're probably talking about, like, oh, they have this beautiful, like, hair, this and that. Guess what? Most of those women,
disclaimer,
it's probably like what Stephanie was saying. They were extensions, yeah. Sometimes I'm really thinking that, like, I'll tell you this right now. There is no fucking way, even at this age, I'm not going to be able to tell right away.
Says the man who has no hair himself, by the way.
Yes, I can't even. Sometimes I can't even tell him a dick.
Neither do you, buddy. Neither do you.
Like, I look at, like, I can spot it a mile away. And I'm not knocking it. I'll tell you another thing. I'm an expert at fake breasts. You can just tell the way they're in a bra on the top and on the sides. It's not 100%.
He's so.
But it's pretty damn good. Which I'm not knocking, but I'm telling you, there's a big noticeable difference. Like if you got a hunting dog out there in the field, he's pointing out pheasants and shit. He just doesn't one day start pointing out rocks and shit.
His analogies are so fucking.
Knows the difference. Me too. It's like, to me, obvious. No woman like 4 years old is tits like that. Yeah. It's too obvious. I've always enjoyed mine because they weren't big, so that's all that matters. Stephanie, you got anything to say about that? No.
split. I did the splits. Usually I like to be silent when I'm doing the splits because painful. Painful. I can't do the splits. I've never been able to do the splits or a cartwheel. Hi, Mr. Rourke. Hola. So did you hear that chosen one talking about breast reduction? He's getting one.
Because many women that I've known who were well endowed, they ended up having to get breast reduction.
Oh, what a crime. What a shame. I don't know if one girl, not one, zero, that had big tits that got breast reduction. That's a...
I don't know, one man like yourself that had big tits and has to get a breast reduction but refuses to because you enjoy your own boob. In my opinion, CWF, chosen one.
Fucking rumor.
They want to know it's not a rumor.
No, how come people, when's the last time you drove by a billboard that says, would you like to make your breast smaller? It's always bigger. Same with penis.
I don't know this guy.
It's always bigger. It's never smaller.
Yes, it is. So like women, they actually their whole they look
What
better.
chicken?
You know, I'm not saying they got totally rid of them all, but like some women.
Yeah, no, you have just big old.
The one chicken?
Saggy, like, let's say, just like, tits, of course, this are genetic.
So he must have big old boob.
And it's like a nose or eyes or big biceps and how the biceps.
At least you can hear Michelle in this one because in the other one, the other person's live stream Michelle would be on, she would get muted. It was a shame. And no, the other one is Stephanie, right? She might be a chicken. But Rachel Reed, Jake Gyllenhaal is not your boyfriend.
On that side of the arm, development bodybuilding.
You know what? That's bull crap that my own phone kicks me out of my own life consistently. When I'm, putting up breaking news about Tom and his breast reduction and stuff, I mean, that's messed up. So messed up. So, here's a question for you guys. Nobody needs to answer it right away, but here's a question. You know what? Because, this phone is just not charging. What the fuck? Might get kicked out again. I don't know. No, seriously, could it just be charged? What? I mean, what is the problem? There we go. Okay, I think. Okay, can you hear me? Here's a question for the 11 people listening. If angels and humans were not, were, it was a sin for them to mate with the human women, right? Okay, the angels. And then supposedly, according to what I've read, that they made Nephilim, right? Okay. If that's, and it's written in many different, texts of the Bible and stuff, okay, then how did Gabriel, who was supposed to be an angel, how did that, wouldn't Jesus have been a giant then? Wouldn't it have been wrong for that to have happened? So I'm asking the question, how would that have worked out there? I mean, anybody knows? I'm just curious, how it changed from being, you know. So apparently, the Apocrypha. All right. Let's remove the old bang. Let's just stick with that other question for now. So, the Ethiopian Bible, okay, written in the ancient, I know I'm not saying this right. Ge'ez language, it's G-E apostrophe E-Z. I'd never even heard of. Not that I would hear of everything. I'm just saying that I never heard of that. We just know BS and Simpa, people who can answer all our questions. For real. Hey, Tawaddle. That sounds like an Indian name too. I should have looked that up. Like American Indian. A lot of them. Maybe they did. Maybe they don't. Maybe people really are. I think that there are a lot of people in the world who like want to, study about things and learn about things. There are, Oh, I don't have their name. Just doesn't look like it's church. I don't know if it's charging or not. It might end up dying on me. Okay. Now, there's more, blah, blah, blah. Okay, but no. Chapter 1, the Book of Enoch. Now, this is an apocryphal book that is not included in the Bible. It's in the Ethiopian Bible. I'm sure people have heard of the Book of Enoch. Now, it's like a summarized version of it, but actually, maybe not. I haven't read the whole thing. So it could be exactly as it is. I don't know how it appears, but I do know that at least as far as I got into, which was 2 pages before I wanted to read with you guys, that I verified something that it says, and it's verified to be true. So I find it really, like interesting to me. So I'll tell you when I get to it. Chapter 1. The words of Enoch's blessing bestowed on the elect and righteous, who will endure the day of tribulation, when all the wicked and godless will be destroyed. See, so that kind of does not, coincide with the whole everybody will be forgiven kind of thing, right? Enoch, a righteous man, whose eyes were opened by God, began his account with these words, describing how he saw a vision of the Holy One in heaven. When the angels revealed to him, and he heard everything they said, saw, and understood, despite the fact that it was not meant for his generation, but for a distant future generation. It's interesting, I think. Regarding the elect, he said, the Holy Great One will come forth from his dwelling. The eternal God will tread upon the earth, even Mount Sinai, and appear in the fullness of his power from heaven. And all will tremble with fear. The watchers will quake. And great terror and trembling will grip them to the ends of the earth. Now I know that this was written in, I know I'm not saying it right, GE apostrophe EZ. So kind of like G's, only with like an apostrophe in the middle there. So I'm trying to find where I see where they're explain about the watchers, but well, we'll get to it where they tell you guys what the watchers are. Okay, watchers are a group of angels who descended to earth and intermarried with human women resulting in the creation of a race of giants known as the Nephilim. So that is kind of strange to me, because if Gabriel was an angel, wouldn't that mean that you know, we got me looking this up. Old Testament books of the Ethiopian Orthodox Church. So they've got the same, like the Genesis and stuff like that. So it would have to be. It just doesn't make sense to me. Like, where, how wouldn't he have been a giant? Says, and all will tremble with fear. The watchers will quake, and great terror and trembling will grip them to the ends of the earth. Well, yeah, but there was also Elizabeth, too, that Gabriel was around, and obviously there was other angels that were doing that made the Nephilim. It just doesn't make sense to me. The high mountains will shake, and the tall hills will be brought low, and will dissolve like wax in the fire. Oh, I'm sorry, Rainbow. Well, I'm not prank calling anybody, but it's fine. It seems like the giants that they were talking about, really, I mean, some of them were just like 6'9" and stuff like that. I mean, what did he try, Mr. Work? I mean, what did Mr. Work try, Rainbow? I know you're just like, whatever. You want to do prank calls? Sure. Hello, hey, is your refrigerator running? Yes, it is. You better go catch it. Rainbow, is that what you want to do? I think he was kidding around when he said it. I'm not going to really prank call people. Let's go back to Chosen One, talking about boobies. I don't know. Thank you, Mr. Work. Thank you. I don't really think that the Earth was devoid of inhabitants. I think it had inhabitants everywhere, but I think they originated from Mesopotamia. Oh, that's weird. Um, like not originated from there, because I don't, think anybody could ever really know at all, all of, like, because it goes in with like history and science and faith and spirituality, and like there's so much more to it all. I know, yes, so much more to it all, but here's what was amazing, was that in the book of Enoch, he says, consider how the earth is filled with water, clouds, dew, and rain during the summer and winter season. During the winter, all of the trees appear to have withered and lost their leaves. with the exception of 14 trees, which retain their old leaves for 2 to 3 years before the new ones appear. Consider how the sun shines on the earth during the summer, causing you to seek shade and relief from heat. Watch as the trees sprout green leaves and bear fruit, knowing that he who lives forever created it this way for you. So, yeah, we need you to elaborate a little bit. Because it kind of says, LOL, good luck. Good luck with what? Needing you to elaborate? We need you to elaborate. Well, then, like, who did? So I did verify. One, I looked up if yeah, that Gabriel didn't impregnate Mary. Well, not Sarah, Elizabeth, right? And Elizabeth, right? There is 14 trees, though, that retain their leaves, which I like, confirmed that. Well, yeah, if he, the circumcision was a covenant with God, which I believe that, once he got circumcised, that, and a lot of people did, that it probably like helped a lot of ways with health ways, and perhaps that could have been a reason why they weren't, like, successful at, you know what I'm saying? But it was as many as the stars in the sky or something like that, and but Elizabeth, I think it's in Luke where is it in Luke where they talk about Elizabeth? Yeah, but this isn't about Abraham and Sarah. That would be was a Zeb something. He was I thought his name began with a Z, and he was a priest, and he didn't talk. Remember? Um, his wife was Elizabeth, and I think she was the mother of John the Baptist, which was also the same thing as how, like, the same. And yeah, and I feel like they're doing that now, messing with DNA now too. Like, a giant could almost be in metaphorical terms, symbolically, like a conglomerate of these companies that are messing with these designer babies that they make now and stuff. says, angels were given long cords and flew northward with wings back then. When I asked one of the angels why they had taken flight, he said it was to take measurements. The angel who accompanied me said that these measurements would bring righteousness to the righteous and cords to the righteous, allowing them to rely on the Lord of spirits for eternity. The elect would then live with the elect, and these measurements would strengthen their faith. See, this is Enoch. I got this to read to you guys. Remember you told me to read it, Novias. Yeah, angels were created on the second day. With the earth will be torn apart completely, and all that is on it will be destroyed, and there will be a judgment upon all. But with the righteous he will make peace, and he will protect the elect with mercy, and they will belong to God and flourish and be blessed, and the light of God will shine upon them. And behold, he comes with 10,000 of his holy ones to pass judgment on all and destroy all the ungodly, and to condemn all flesh for all the wicked acts they have committed and all the harsh words the ungodly sinners have spoken against him. So, an alien would be unknown, right? So, maybe we were all born like something as angels, basically, not right. Behold all the wonders in the sky, how the celestial lights maintain their set courses, and how the luminaries in heaven rise and set in perfect sequence according to their appointed time. Examine the earth and understand all the events that take place there, how steadfast they are, and how nothing changes. But all the works of God are revealed to you. Now, see that I do believe that everything that's done on earth is a miraculous work of a supreme being that had to have, like a plan. Likewise, the seas and rivers follow their predetermined paths without deviation due to his commands. Consider, okay, so the paragraph I just read, so there really is 14 different trees that are listed that do not lose their leaves. So I find it really like interesting that he knew, Enoch, this is like 2 BC, I think they're saying. What year, do you know, like, nobody asked, like, what period the book of Enoch would have? It says, all of God's works are presented to him year after year, unchanged and completed without change. However, if you have failed to follow and obey the Lord's commands, instead you have turned away and spoken haughty, fat, and disrespectful words with your impure mouth. Oh, you hard-hearted ones, you shall find no peace. Therefore, you will curse your days, and your years of life will wither away, multiplied by an eternal curse, and you shall find no mercy. Yeah, but that would bring computers into it, wouldn't it, Nobias? In those days, You will make your, they almost like this whole interface thing they want to do in a brain now is to convince people that it's a simulation. Simulation is so, they just are trying so hard to find that God particle, and it's so bad. I mean, so bad. I don't know. In those days, you will make your name a curse forever to all the righteous, and by you all who curse shall curse, and all the sinners and godless shall curse you forever, and for you, the godless, there shall be a curse. Could it be that they were trying to create a hybrid kind of something, and it went wrong? The elect, on the other hand, will rejoice and be forgiven of their sins, as well as receive mercy, peace, forbearance, and joy. What does that mean? The elect will be forgiven of their sins. They will discover salvation and light, and they will inherit the earth. The elect will be granted wisdom, and they will live without sinning, whether through forgetfulness or pride. Those who are given wisdom must be humble. Well, then, forgiven of their sins, I don't understand. They're going to live without sinning, but they'll be forgiven of their sins? Coca-Cola. Coca. They will not sin for the rest of their lives, nor will they perish as a result of God's wrath. They will live their entire life in peace and joy and increased years of eternal gladness and peace throughout all of their days. Like, does that ever, if he destroyed the earth, then how can he inherit it? Because it says right here, the earth will be torn apart completely, and all that is on it will be destroyed. So would they be reborn? Does that mean that they would be... Who has Coca-Cola? And it came to pass that as the population of humanity grew, beautiful and fair daughters were born to them. The angels of heaven, the sons of God, saw these daughters and were drawn to their beauty. They spoke amongst themselves and said, "Let us choose wives from among the children of men and have children with them." Their leader, Samjaza, feared that they may not agree to the plan and that he alone would have to bear the consequences of the great sin. That's interesting. Have you ever heard of that? Samjaza? It's Senjaza. However, they all agreed and swore an oath to follow through with their plan, binding themselves with mutual curses. There were 200 of them in total who descended to the summit of Mount Hermon, which was later named after their oath. Their leaders were Samlizaz, Arakla, these are big names. The angels took wives, each choosing one, and began having sexual relations with them. They also taught them charms, spells, and plants and root knowledge. The women became pregnant and gave birth to enormous giants. The giants devoured all of man's works and then turned against them. They also started to sin against birds, beasts, and reptiles, as well as each other. The earth was suffused with blood and unjustness. The angel, okay, so, okay, what's the name of the cat in Azariel? Is that the name of the cat in the Smurf? Azrael, yeah, with the cat. Yep. It does, doesn't it, Nobius? Maybe the myths aren't myths. Absolutely, right? It says, Azazel, if I'm saying it right, taught humanity how to make weapons, jewelry, metal, and precious stonework. People became impious, abandoned God, and committed fornication. Semjaza taught spells and root cutting. Armaris taught counterspells. Barak Kijal, I don't know, taught astrology. Kokabel taught constellations. Ezekiel taught cloud knowledge. Iraquil taught earth signs. Shamsiel taught sun signs. And Zariel taught moon course. As humanity died, their cries were heard in heaven. So they, stonemasons paid, I believe that, Novia. So, wow, so humanity died. Oh, wow. From heaven, Michael, Uriel, Raphael, and Gabriel saw the bloodshed and lawlessness on earth. The souls of the dead cried out to heaven, making petitions and lamenting their unjust fate. The angels addressed the Lord of all ages, saying, "Nothing can hide from you, because you see everything. Consider Azazel, who has taught all unrighteousness on earth and revealed the eternal secrets of heaven." Semjaza, who taught spells, has had sex with the daughters of men on earth, revealing all manner of sin. The entire earth was filled with blood and unrighteousness, and the souls of the dead couldn't stop weeping. The Lord knew all things before they happened, but said nothing about these things. Wow, isn't that something? Like, um, so he made it to be that way, or he already knew? And in those days, the storehouse of blessings in heaven will be opened, and blessings will be poured out on the earth and over the children of men's work and labor. Truth and peace will be one throughout the world's days and across all generations of men. Enoch vanished, and no one of the children of men knew where he was. His involvement was with the holy ones and the watchers. Enoch blessed the Lord of majesty and the King of the ages, and the watchers referred to him as Enoch the scribe, and instructed him to go and inform the watchers of heaven who had left the high heaven and defiled themselves with women. The watchers have done great destruction on the earth, and shall have no peace or forgiveness of sins, as they delight in their children. They shall see the murder of their beloved ones and the destruction of their children, and shall lament. Is it lament? Hi, Simka. Oh, really? Am I saying it right? And make supplication forever but shall receive neither mercy nor peace. Enoch went and spoke to Azazel and told him that he shall have no peace, and a severe sentence had been passed against him. Azazel, is that saying it right? Azazel shall not have rest or mercy because of the unrighteousness which he taught and the works of godlessness. Enoch spoke to all the watchers, who were all afraid and seized by fear and trembling. They asked Enoch to write a petition for them so that they might find forgiveness, but they were forbidden to speak with the Lord of heaven or to lift their eyes to heaven for shame of their sins. Enoch wrote out their petition and the prayer in regard to their spirits and deeds, and requests for forgiveness and forbearance. Enoch sat at the waters of Dan, read their petition until he fell asleep and had a dream of their chastisement. He awoke and went to the watchers, who were all sitting together and weeping. Now, could they have been the deities? Enoch told them all the visions he had seen and spoke words of righteousness, reprimanding the watchers. This is the book of the words of righteousness and the reprimand of the eternal watchers, according to the Holy Great One's command. Enoch will now speak with a flesh tongue and the breath of his mouth, which the Great One has given to men to speak and understand with their hearts. That I do believe. As the Great One created and gave man the ability to understand the word of wisdom, he created Enoch and gave him the ability to reprimand the watchers, the children of heaven. Enoch wrote out the petition of the watchers, but in his vision it appeared that their petition will not be granted to them throughout all the days of eternity, and that judgment has been finally passed on them. They shall not ascend into heaven again for all eternity, and will be bound on earth for all eternity. They will see the destruction of their beloved sons, and will have no pleasure in them, as they fall before them by the sword. Yeah, it never got canonized. Yeah. Enoch saw a vision of clouds inviting and summoning him into a mist, and the course of the stars and flashes of lightning hurried and drove him, and the winds caused him to fly, lifted him up, and bore him into heaven. Enoch entered and was terrified to see a wall made of crystals and surrounded by tongues of fire. The sky was as clear as water, and a raging fire surrounded the walls and blazed through the doors. Enoch entered the house, which was as hot as fire and as cold as ice, with no pleasure or life, only fear. And they took me to a place where the beings were as hot as fire. They could disguise themselves as men whenever they wanted. They led me to a place of darkness and a mountain whose peak reached the heavens. I saw illuminated places, star treasures, and thunder, as well as the depths where a fiery bow, arrows, quiver, sword, and lightning were hidden. They then led me to the waters of life and the fire in the west, which marks the sun setting. I came upon a river of fire, where the fire flowed like water into the great sea towards the west. Of Nitty, Mr. Rook? I saw the great rivers and encountered the great darkness and went to a place where no flesh dwelt. I saw the mountains of the darkness of winter and the source of all the waters of the deep. I saw the mouths of all the rivers on earth. So I'm wondering if, well, it kind of sounds like maybe he was on like Machu Picchu, right? Where I think that would be, or where is it in? There's like a huge. It's supposed to be like Mount Vesuvius. You know where it's was it Zeus? Is that am I right? I could be wrong. In my vision, I saw the storehouse. Oh, it's a vision. Oh, it's a vision. In my vision, I saw the storehouse of all the winds and how they were beautifully adorned throughout the creation and the solid foundations of the earth. I saw the cornerstone of the earth and the four winds that supported it and the firmament of heaven. I saw how the winds stretch out the height of heaven, stationed between heaven and earth, which were the pillars of heaven. I saw the winds of heaven that turn, bringing the sky, sun, and all the stars to their setting place. I also saw the winds on earth carrying the clouds and angels' paths. I saw the firmament of heaven above at the end of the earth. I continued south and came across a place that burned at all hours of the day and night. Wow, that's crazy. He saw the whole earth. Then he would know about the 14 trees. That's why he would know about them. See, this phone is going to die. I don't know why my plug-in is not working. Hold on. It might kick me out again. Hold on. have to work the soil. Okay, hold on. So let me go back here. Okay. I won't get her to the firmament being a dome just yet. Wow, that is crazy. So the earth is round, firmament being a dome. So that would be like oh my God, what is that? Like if they burnt a hole in the ozone layer, would that be the ozone layer? Would that be the dome? But so, and if Enoch was the seventh from Adam, so while Enoch's writing all this is after generations of, so he's kind of being like a scribe as well and writing down things that happened. But is it all of it based on like a dream, which kind of would be a simulation, right? I mean, okay. Well, it says, I continued south and came across a place that burned at all hours of the night. 3 to the east. Stop that. I continued south, came to a place that burned at all hours of the day and night, with 7 mountains of magnificent stones, 3 to the east and 3 to the south. The ones to the east were made of colored stone, one of pearl, one of jacinth, one of a red stone. But the middle one, like God's throne, reached to heaven and was made of alabaster, with a sapphire summit. I wonder if those needles that they made, the ob, obelisks, yeah, I heard about the Lilith. Um, I saw a great abyss of the earth with pillars of heavenly fire, and I saw among them fiery pillars of heaven which were falling. Their height and depth were immeasurable, but the place was desert, desert and horrible. I saw there 7 stars like great burning mountains, and an angel asked me about them. The angel said, "This place is the end of heaven and earth, and has become a prison for the stars and the hosts of heaven." The stars that roll over the fire are those that transgress the commandment of the Lord at the beginning of their rising, because they did not come out at proper time. And he was angry with them and bound them until the time when their guilt is consummated, even for 10,000 years. See, but he's writing all of this out of a dream. Could he have been tripping? Uriel, one of the holy angels in charge of the world, turmoil and terror, told me that the angels who had sex with women would stand there, and their spirits in various forms would lead mankind astray into sacrificing to demons as gods. They would remain there until the great judgment, when they would be judged and destroyed. Angelic women who went astray would also become sirens. Sirens are like a mythical creature, aren't they? They aren't they? I, Enoch, was the only one who saw the vision of all things, and no one else will see what I saw. Uriel, Raphael, Michael, Raguel, Saraquel, wow, that sounds like Saraquel, Gabriel, and Ramiel are the names of the holy angels who keep watch. Well, when you type in, is Enoch mentioned anywhere in the Bible, it does say where no BS said, like, one time, but the names were the same so much that it is pretty, I feel like I feel like that tree is the tree of life, and they're trying to say people shouldn't want to, um, create like clones and stuff like that, and the God particle. And once people start trying to, know that, like, I think he was like, look, I can trust you here, this is here, don't. But when it was more like the principle of it too. Right, I think a lot of it could have kind of also been the principle of it, that they didn't trust in the fact that he said, no, don't eat from that one. I mean, you know what I mean? And I think some things are better off left unknown too. Like, I feel like they're messing around a lot with like designing babies is it in vitro or in utero? What is it? Uh, all that stuff is, you know. But then again, the fact that he says he saw everything, and I looked it up, and there is 14 trees. Like, how would he know about winter? There was no snow there, right? It doesn't snow there, does it? Doesn't snow there. Hi, Ganjan. She goes in all this. I feel like the point of it is we're supposed to remain a bit lost in all of this, and know that as long as we're seeking, that's, because that's knowing that you never know like if somebody comes along and says, I'm going to preach to you about how things are, right? And then, or says, these are the rules. From now on, we're going to eat people. We're going to eat some soy and green, and that's what you're going to have. Then if you would say, well, then I won't eat because I'm not doing that. It doesn't sit right with me. I'm not doing it, right? I'm just saying an example. And you die, but if you die, you die doing what was right. Like, there's like the type of death where somebody is, you know, then I like to think that in that heaven, if it's a simulation, that there's like an abundance to eat, and it's not soy and green, and you're like, see, your protest against eating that got you here, where maybe back, you know, on Earth or whatever other plane, you know, plane it was, those people are still you know, like eating what they're told to do, like they're doing what they're told to do, and it doesn't, you know what I mean? Like it just doesn't. Yeah, God isn't testing them, but Satan is, and God's saying, well, they have the free will to do and let's see. And I think it's because somewhere that's like heaven or whatever, you know, somewhere where you'd want to spend eternity would have to be pretty much perfect. So in order to make that place for people who make those right decisions and to get there, he had to put, you know, are they going to do this or are they going to do that? And he did that by creating Satan. Like, he didn't put temptation in their path, but he may have created someone who would. But he did give free will and, you know, life. So, and yet there is some people, or, you know, even, you know, huge conglomerates, maybe giants of companies that will end up being, you know, the destruction of everything because, you know, can't get over how loud it is here. Right, you're not free without free will. Yeah, so even if you decided, I'm not going to eat that, which means I'll starve to death and die, it was the free will. Hello, Miami. That made you free. You know, like, so are you going to treat, like, I just like to believe in the fact that I do believe in miracles, so I don't deny that there's something, yeah, that it's not in vain. I feel like I don't think it's in vain. What do you think the seven stars of heaven are? Yeah, plenty of other trees to eat from. Absolutely. But they want, yeah, right, exactly. No, I'm talking about if it came a time to where, you know, say the government was saying, oh, we got no food, you guys gonna have to just eat some soy and green. And we were like, whatever, I just want to eat. Give me that soy and green. You know what I'm saying? Like, or turn your neighbors in for, you know, being Jewish. Oh, look at those people are Jewish. You know, take a look at them, not me. Yeah, but in a way, then next thing is like, this person is a rat. So, you know, everything is a catch 22, but you got to do what feels right in your heart, kind of thing. I think. What do you? Excuse me, I burped. I'm wondering what the seven stars of heaven are. In one place, Enoch sees seven stars of heaven bound in a chaotic and horrible place. When he asks why they are there, one of the angels, Uriel, which I think is Uriel, right, explains that they are some of the stars that have transgressed the commandment of the Lord and are being punished for their sins. Wow, is like, in another place, Enoch sees a great fire that burns and blazes, and the place is full of falling columns of fire. This, Brielle explains, is the prison of the angels where they will be held forever. That's so strange, right? Enoch also sees a mountain range of fire that burns day and night in 7 magnificent mountains with unique stones and beauty on it. He is particularly captivated by a tree with a fragrance beyond all fragrances and a fruit that resembles palm dates. When Enoch questions Michael, one of the angels, about the tree, Michael questions why Enoch wants to know the truth. Throughout his journey, Enoch is amazed by what he sees and learns, but he also feels fear and uncertainty in some of the places he visits. The journey teaches about the consequences of sin and the strength of the Lord's justice. There's 7 churches? Like, you mean 7 religions? There were 7 churches? Could those be the Oh, okay. Or is that like, what is churches like a different meaning in the Bible? Really? It's so weird how he was talking about going to all the places. I mean, like, I wonder if the ends of the earth, what would be the end of the earth? Would they be was there 7 names there? What? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Yeah, there's 7 names of the holy angels who keep watch. are 7 names. But they said that there was 200 of the fallen angels that were, so that would kind of explain maybe if they had themselves already knew that it's weird that they call them churches. But his narrations go on to describe various other places when he is taken on his journey by the angels. Each place holds different significance and has its own unique features. Okay, what is it called when people, it's called something travel. What is it called? Yeah, but that would be the Corinthians, wouldn't it, Simca? Uh, 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 something, you know what I mean? Like you leave your body. Like some people believe in it, like that you can, I can't remember what it was, what it's called. No, it says that, yeah, it says Uriel, one of the holy, right, and yet he's going, they changed his name to Vriel, and shows them the prison where the angels will be held forever. In another place, Enoch sees a great fire. Yeah, you're right. That some of the stars have transgressed and would be punished for their sins. In another place, Enoch sees a great fire that burns and blazes, and the place is full of falling columns of prison where the angels will be held forever. He is amazed by what he sees and learns, and he also feels fear and uncertainty in some of the places he visits. The journey teaches about the consequences of sin and the strength of the Lord's justice. Oh my God, I feel like it's something that begins with a something travel, like I can't even think of what it is. Like, then all the valleys were deep and narrow, being formed from hard rock, and there were no trees planted on them. And I was very amazed at the rocks in the valleys. And I went from there to the center of the earth, where I saw a blessed place with trees, with branches alive and blooming on a cut down tree. And there I saw a holy mountain. So this is supposed to be at the center of the earth. And beneath the mountain to the east was a stream that flowed southward. And I saw another mountain higher than this one to the east, with a deep and narrow valley between them. It contained a stream that ran beneath the mountain. And to the west of it was another mountain, lower and of lower elevation, than the former, with a dry, deep valley between them. What is the purpose of this blessed land, which is entirely covered with trees? And what is the purpose of the cursed valley between them? I asked. I wonder why they changed the name to this Vriel. Is that the same as Uriel? Then Vriel, one of the holy angels with me, replied, "This accursed valley is for those who are cursed forever. Here shall all the accursed be gathered together, who utter with their lips words against the Lord not befitting his glory, or say hard things against him. They will be gathered here, and this will be their place of judgment." Oh, really? Simcha? There will be a spectacle of righteous judgment on them in the presence of the righteous forever in the last days. Here will be the merciful, bless the Lord of glory, the eternal. Then I went towards the east, into the midst of the mountain range and a desert, and I saw a wilderness. And it was solitary, full of trees and plants, and water gushed out from above, rushing like a torrent that flowed towards the northwest, and it caused clouds and dew to fall on every side. Then I went to another location in the desert and approached the mountain range to the east. And there I saw aromatic trees exuding the fragrance of frankincense and myrrh, and trees that looked similar to almond trees. Beyond these, I went to the east. Now, I wonder if somebody was to look at a map, like an aerial view map, if what he's describing here is actually, what you could find, like if there was a place where these type of things grew, you know? And what was that, Simcha? There was a fragrant tree, the color of which was mastic, and I noticed fragrant cinnamon on the sides of those valleys. Oh, they didn't think. Oh, okay. Yeah, how was he traveling all these ways? Well, I know that he says it was in a dream, which that's what I'm trying to think of. What the name of. It's like, what's the name of the traveling, like out of body? What is it called? Because he is like describing things that, like when he says 14 trees that don't, um, lose their leaves, there is 14 trees that don't, I mean, he was describing things that were accurate. So is Vestal? No, no. Come on. Celestial? Is it celestial? Is it that it? I don't know. Wait, think of, yeah, I know, some guy. And I saw other mountains, and among them were groves of trees, and there was nectar that flowed from them, which is named Sarara and Galbanum. I mean, he's talking about smelling fragrances and everything during this. It says, then I passed over the summits of these mountains, far to the east of the earth, passed over the Red Sea, and then passed over the angel Zotiel. Now, what would that be? Zotiel. Zotiel. I arrived at the garden of righteousness. Beyond those trees, I noticed more trees, which were numerous and large. there were 2 very large, beautiful, glorious, and magnificent trees there. They ate the holy fruit of the tree of knowledge and gained great wisdom. That's really weird. That tree has the height of a fir. Was there fir trees there? Yeah, you notice that 7 is a lot in the Bible, yeah. Like fir, like what? Uh, the leaves of a carob tree, and the fruit is like grape clusters. Very beautiful, and the fragrance of the tree travels far. And from there I went to the ends of the earth, and saw there were large beasts, and each differed from each other. And I saw birds also differing in appearance, and beauty, and voice, each one differing from the other. To the east of those beasts I saw the ends of the earth, where heaven rests on it, and the doors of heaven open. And I saw how the stars of heaven come out, and I counted the gates from which they came out, and wrote down all their outlets of each individual star by their number and their names. See, sounds like almost like an astronomy kind of thing too. And their courses and their positions and their times and their months, as Uriel, the holy angel who was with me, showed me. But he was one of the ones that they mentioned wasn't he one of the ones that, no, he was not. I thought he was, but I guess not. Oh, he was one of the ones that was with Michael, Uriel, Raphael, Gabriel. Okay. So he was not. Okay. Okay. He was one of the good ones. Okay. He showed me all the things and wrote them down for me. Also their names he wrote for me, and their laws and their functions. From there I went towards the north to the ends of the earth, and there I saw a great and glorious device at the ends of the whole earth. And here I saw 3 gates of heaven open, through which north winds blow, bringing cold, hail, frost, snow, dew, and rain. That's so weird to me. Like, would they have seen snow? It's almost like, like the 4 corners of the earth kind of thing. And how, the stars that are the sun, like just, and they blow for good through one gate, but for violence and torment on the earth through the other 2 gates. And they blow with force. Then I went west to the ends of the earth and saw 3 gates of heaven open, just as I had seen in the east, with the same number of gates and outlets. Right? I know, Mr. Rourke. But I feel like he keeps saying that dew, rain, and wind flow from heaven, which would make sense. So in the Bible, in Jude, does it say that Enoch is Jared's son? Jared. Thank you, Sipkin. Well, aren't you lucky, Mr. Rourke? I think he was. Oh yeah, I remember. So, Matthias or something like that. The second vision. The second vision was seen by Enoch, Jared's son, who saw the vision of wisdom and spoke wisdom to those on earth. Sinners will be driven from the face of the earth when the righteous gather, and sinners are judged for their crimes. The righteous one will appear in the presence of the elect and righteous, who will be judged by the Lord of spirits. Sinners and those who have denied the Lord of spirits will have no refuge. Oh, Jared was? Okay, so it's the same Enoch then that's mentioned there. The elect and holy children will descend from heaven at that time, and their descendants will be united with the children of men. Enoch was given books of wrath and turmoil for the unrighteous, for whom there will be no mercy. A whirlwind lifted me from the ground and carried me to the far reaches of heaven, where I saw the resting places of the holy and righteous. I saw an uncountable number of people standing before the Lord of spirits, surrounded by four figures who did not sleep. These four presences, voices, praise the Lord of glory and bless the elect one, and those who trust in the Lord of spirits. Another voice prayed and interceded for those on earth, while a fourth voice kept the saintans, as in plural. Hi, butterfly lady. A fourth voice kept the saintans at bay and forbade them from accusing those on earth before the Lord of spirits. I witnessed a plethora of secrets in the heavens and learned of the kingdom's division, where men's actions are judged. I saw the abodes of the elect and the holy, as well as the punishment of sinners who reject the Lord of spirits' name. By the Catholic Church, right? The one, the victors, really. The good night, Simca. Like those would be the ones who kind of buried other people's belief by killing them all, in my opinion, right? Kind of. But that's not what it's called. It's something, that I can't think of what it's called. But Apocrypha means things that are hidden, but why they were hidden is not clear. Esoteric, what does that mean? Does anybody know what that means? Esoteric. knowledge too profound to be communicated. But they might have called people, oh, it's remote viewing is what I'm thinking, okay. Like remote viewing would be done by somebody who was doing this particular out of body traveling. Like I can't even think of what it would be. Meaning the mysteries of lightning, thunder, winds, clouds, and dew were revealed to me. I learned about the origins and movements of these elements, as well as the wind and cloud storage facilities. Wind and cloud storage facilities. I asked about the significance of this and was told that these were the names of the holy who dwell on earth, and I believe in the Lord of spirits for eternity. Wisdom was unable to find a home and was eventually granted a residence in the heavens. Wisdom attempted to live among humans but was unable to find a suitable home, wow, and return to its place among the angels. Unrighteousness, on the other hand, spread from its storehouses, finding and dwelling with those it did not seek. I saw heaven's stars and their obedient response to the one who calls them by name. I saw how their brightness is measured in fair balance, as well as the role they play in lightning production. Wow. I also witnessed how some stars transform from lightning and are unable to return to their original form. Another revelation was the penalty for those who deny the name of the Holy One's dwelling and the Lord of Spirits. These sinners will not ascend to heaven or dwell on earth, but will instead suffer on the day of judgment. On that day, the elect one will sit on the throne of glory, judge the righteous, and strengthen their souls. The elect one will then live among them, transforming heaven and earth into eternal blessings and a dwelling place for the elect. Sinners and evildoers, on the other hand, will not be permitted to set foot on the transformed earth. Okay, so when Nobius said it would be a new earth, so when they say, I don't think they meant like his hair was woolen. I think it means it was white as wool. That's what it says. His head was as white as wool. What's an odds of an Oreo for $1,000? What does that mean? Seems like they're trying to say that wisdom is people are supposed to like try to keep, you know, not trying to find the God particle, but trying to become better, I think, of righteous. Like I said, and in that place, okay, okay. And there I saw one with an ancient face. His head was white as wool, and he was accompanied by another being whose countenance resembled that of a man, and whose face was full of graciousness, like one of the holy angels. And I asked the angel who accompanied me, and revealed all the hidden things about that Son of Man, who he was, where he came from, and why he went with the Ancient One. And he responded by saying to me, "This is the Son of Man, who has righteousness, with whom dwells righteousness, and who reveals all the treasures of that which is hidden, because the Lord of spirits has chosen him." So who is the Lord of spirits? An ounce of Oreo string, he wants $1,000 for it. I don't know. I never thought I'd see the day when somebody could sell an ounce of weed online or something. So weird. So you mean if you try to be righteous without like being really righteous, you mean like you think like you know more than, because I don't think there's not, you could never know enough of, like we'll never know it. And I think it's some fact and some things we shouldn't know, but the free will to want to try. uh Claims you don't leave and only collect the money. I don't know what that means, Mr. Work. See, let's like, okay, and the Son of Man was named in the presence of the Lord of Spirits and was brought before the head of days. Two chains was high. I don't know what that means. What do you mean two chains? Righteous means to be right with God. Okay, okay. I get that. Okay. Who is the elect one? Two Chains is a group. Listen to you guys. You guys all know who it is, huh? No, I don't know who Two Chains is. I never even heard of it. I thought you meant Too Strange or something. Oh, okay. All right. makes you feel like, I don't know, I mean, like, do we all die and then what? Because, what? Uh, I mean, are we to believe that there's no hope, that, I mean, that something is going to just be destroyed? Like heaven? Beautiful lady? You you know, I'm wondering, could there come a time when, when they convince people that these, you know how like Elon Musk is doing, trips to, Mars and stuff like that, which, do we even know? Has anybody come back? Has anybody done that? And anybody, not here, I mean, has there been any reports on somebody doing that and uh, it being successful? 6 months to get there, Mr. Rourke? Wow. What is a sphere? Okay, okay. Could they, could they, okay. They're talking about lunar law and all of this. I mean, And so then he says, and now I have shown you everything, my son Methuselah, including the laws of the stars in heaven. There's no reason why this should not been put into the Bible. If they want it to be accurate, and I'm not saying accurate that it's accurate in, you know, everything that it's saying, but what I'm saying is that if this listed everyone as, you know, the same way that when they appear in Jude, that's just crazy. I mean, Noah, your lot is before me, blameless and filled with love and righteousness. The word of God came to me. The angels are building a wooden structure, and when they're done, I'll place my hand on it to protect it. The seed of life will emerge from it, and the earth will no longer be devoid of inhabitants. I will always remember your seed, and I will spread those who dwell with you. The earth's surface will become fruitful, and they will be blessed and multiply on earth in the Lord's name. He will imprison the unrighteous angels in the burning valley that my grandfather Enoch showed me, in the mountains of gold, silver, iron, and other metals in the west. After that, my grandfather Enoch shared with me the secrets contained in the book of parables. Well, no, because this mentions Noah. The Ark of the Covenant is with Moses, right? That's what they carried the Ten Commandments in. Oh, but hold up. Is parables the Ark of what? Says, and it happened that my spirit was carried away and ascended into heaven, where I saw the holy angels' sons, the sons of God. They were walking on fire, and their clothes white, and their faces white as snow. I fell on my face before the Lord of spirits, after seeing two rivers of fire, their light shining like hyacinth. Michael, the archangel, took my hand, lifted me up, and led me to all the secrets of righteousness. He revealed to me all the secrets of the ends of heaven, the star stores, and all the lights that proceed. This is it. I mean, they're talking about the moon and its revolution, the position of the star. I mean, the leaders of the heads of the 10,000 who are in charge of all creation and the stars also have to do with the 4 days of the year which are not counted in the yearly calendar. And they render service on these 4 days. Men go wrong in them because these luminaries truly render service to the stations of the world. One in the first door, one in the third door of heaven, one in the fourth door, one in the sixth door, with the exactness of the year accomplished through its separate 364 stations. Wow. I thought there was 365 days in a year. Didn't they? Didn't they say that in there? The years will be shortened during the days of the sinners, and their crops will be late on their lands and fields, causing all things on earth to change and not appear in their proper time. The rain will be held back by the heavens, the earth's fruits will be delayed and will not grow at their proper time, while the tree's fruits will be withheld. The moon will alter her customs and not appear at her proper time. The sun will be seen in the evening on the edge of the great chariot in the west, shining brighter than is normal according to the order of the light. There's really, yeah, but man isn't. Man can be a butterfly lady, in my opinion. But the free will of them to be, cruel is there, I think, like, is indicative maybe of whom they are. Could it be? Like, I've seen some people recently that, okay, the Ramones, okay? Joey Ramone died of lymphoma at 55, which is young. I see people who are making fun of cancer, and they're using Joey Ramone to mock it, like as their, their face of what it is. And when pointed out, they increased their behavior as if their goal is to be disgusting. And I gotta ask, like, why would anybody, make their goal to be hurtful and disgusting, even though, like we were talking about last night about certain, King Leopold and, like people who just choose to be a certain kind of way. Do they not believe in the Bible? Like, do they not believe in it? I don't think it's right to put, somebody who's passed away from cancer, to double up on their bad behavior. To me, is their bad behavior. It's not me pointing something out that's bad behavior at the risk of, you know, like the saying of do the right thing, even if, not many are doing it. Even if loads of people are doing the wrong thing and not many people are doing the right thing, it's the right thing to do. I'm saying, like, the acceptance of bad behavior is, I think, where you're kind of, people are kind of are, that would be enabling. Yeah, have to do better as people, not do better as trying to harass. But shouldn't our responses be to not be silent? Like, if our voice is a gift from God, then we should be exalted and sing praise, right? I often think about, those 3 days before Jesus was crucified, and that he was a prisoner, with the soldiers and stuff. And I think about, right, but necessary in what circumstances? Like, were you going to speak evil, or were you going to speak out in protection of somebody? Like, was it self-preservation, or was it, taking mind that, okay, I want to be more aware of my words. Like, I get what you're saying. I get what you're saying, and that takes like a conscious effort where we all may fall short of something like that, but that's where, we try to be better, right? People are supposed to say, oh, well, if I felt bad about something that I said, that I shouldn't, keep saying it. Like, it's to be sincere in your regret, I guess, your remorse, to acknowledge, that hurt that person. I don't know. I mean, like, I think that when he said, what was it, Psalm 22, uh, Father, why have you forsaken me? Um, could he have been thinking, could he have been even disappointed when somebody like held that sponge up to his mouth and he thought it was water, and it was vinegar, and the Nazarenes were not, that was something that could it have been, like God only knows what for 3 days those Roman soldiers were doing to him. They probably, there was probably many things done to him that he felt. Who forgave them? He was repeating like Psalm 23 from the Old Testament, which like what would that, like, but how do we know that? Hold on. Yeah, but I think murder is a sin. It says, Psalm 22. My God, why have you forsaken me? Why are you so far from helping me and from the words of my groaning? So this is beyond all others, the Psalm of the cross. It may have actually been repeated by our Lord when hanging on the tree, which is so weird that they would say that. He says, oh my God, I cry in the daytime, but you answer not, and by night I am not silent or find no rest. But you are holy, O you who dwell in the holy place where the praises of Israel are offered. Our fathers trusted in you. They trusted, leaned on, relied on you, and were confident, and you delivered them. They cried to you and were delivered. They trusted it, leaned on, and confidently relied on you, and were not ashamed or confounded or disappointed. But I am a worm and no man. I am the scorn of men and despised by people. All who see me laugh at me and mock me. They shoot out the lip. They shake the head, saying, he trusted and rolled himself on the Lord, that he would deliver him. Let him deliver him, seeing that he delights in him. Yet you are he who took me out of the womb. You made me hope and trust when I was on my mother's breast. When I was cast upon you from my very birth, from my mother's womb, you have been my God. Be not far from me, for trouble is near, and there is none to help. Many foes like bulls have surrounded me. Strong bulls of Bashan have hedged me in. Against me they opened their mouths wide, like ravening and roaring lions. I am poured out like water, and my bones are out of joint. My heart is like wax, it is softened with anguish and melted down within me. My strength is dried up like a fragment of clay pottery with thirst. My tongue cleaves to my jaws, and you have brought me into the dust of death. For like a pack of dogs they have encompassed me. A company of evildoers has encircled me. They pierced my hands and my feet. I can count all my bones. The evildoers gaze at me. They part my clothing among them and cast lots for my raiment, a long shirt-like garment, a seamless undertunic. But be not far from me, O Lord, O my help. Hasten to aid me. Deliver my life from the sword, my dear life, my only one, from the power of the dog, the agent of execution. Save me from the lion's mouth, for you have answered me kindly from the horns of the wild oxen. I will declare your name to my brethren. In the midst of the congregation will I praise you. You who fear, revere, and worship the Lord, praise him. All you offspring of Jacob, glorify him. Fear, revere, and worship him, all you offspring of Israel. For he has not despised or abhorred the affliction of the afflicted, neither has he hidden his face from him. But when he cried to him, he heard. My praise shall be of you in the great congregation. I will pay to him my vows, made in the time of trouble, before them who fear, revere, and worship him. The poor and afflicted shall eat and be satisfied. They shall praise the Lord, they who diligently seek for, inquire of, and for him, and require him as their greatest need. May your hearts be quickened now and forever. All the ends of the earth shall remember and turn to the Lord, and all the families of the nations shall bow down and worship before you. For the kingship and the kingdom are the Lord's, and he is the ruler over nations. All the mighty ones upon earth shall eat in thanksgiving and worship, and all that go down to the dust shall bow before him, even he who cannot keep himself alive. Posterity shall serve him. They shall tell of the Lord to the next generation. They shall come and shall declare his righteousness to the people yet to be born, and he has done it, that it is finished. It is really, so basically, what I'm thinking is that he believed that there was, that what he was doing was, I don't think that he was thinking, oh, these people are good and I want to, shed my blood to save them. I think the deal was either there was like some priest of the year, by the way. Can't remember his name. I know somebody who knows the Bible will remember his name. Said, look, we either kill him or we kill a bunch of you. So they were like, okay, well, okay. Yeah, I honestly don't think that there's any of us that could come to terms with what they had done to him. Who requested? Which would be, okay, maybe, right? Okay. Where you're saying that would be, the world will not see me anymore, but you will see me. Because I live, you will live also. At that time, when that day comes, you will know for yourselves that I am in my Father, and you are in me, and I am in you. The person who has my commands and keeps them is the one who really loves me. And whoever really loves me will be loved by my Father, and I too will love him. And will reveal, manifest myself to him. I will let myself be clearly seen by him and make myself real to him. Judas, not Iscariot, asked him, Lord, how is it that you will reveal yourself, make yourself real to us and not to the world? Jesus answered, if a person really loves me, he will keep my word, obey my teaching, and my Father will love him, and we will come to him and make our home, dwelling place within him. Anyone who does not really love me does not observe and obey my teaching, and the teaching which you hear and heed is not mine, but comes from the Father who sent me. So he was teaching the Old Testament and the things of being right with God. And even though he was going to die, as long as you stayed right with God, you would have, and I guess believed, right, that would be being saved. I feel like I have told you these things while I am still with you. But the Comforter, Counselor, Helper, Intercessor, Advocate, Strengthener, Standby, the Holy Spirit, whom the Father will send in my name, in my place, to represent me and act on my behalf. So somebody's spirit would be within them, right? He will teach you all things, and he will cause you to recall, will remind you of, bring to your remembrance everything I have told you. So somebody who has the Holy Spirit in them, which could be many, will carry on and, be righteous. Like, peace I leave with you, my own peace I now give and bequeath to you. Not as the world gives do I give to you. Do not let your hearts be troubled, neither let them be afraid. Stop allowing yourselves to be agitated and disturbed, and do not permit yourselves to be fearful and intimidated and cowardly and unsettled. See, I think that is very key right there. I think that silencing people who want to speak out, against evil and evil doing, and or people who don't, maybe they want to just share, a miracle with them, or how they feel, or their Holy Spirit inside them, or their passion about how they feel, whatever it may be. When somebody else's passion inside makes those people fearful and intimidated and cowardly, you're not believing. Self-preservation isn't part of, saving the world. So if Jesus was, here to save the world, well, to be like and to keep spreading the word and things like that, then you can't be cowardly and fearful. You can't just sit there and be like, but, you heard me tell you I am going away and I am coming back to you. If you really loved me, you would have been glad, because I am going to the Father, for the Father is greater and mightier than I am. And now I have told you this before it occurs, so that when it does take place, you may believe and have faith in order to rely on me. I will not talk with you much more, for the prince, evil genius, ruler of the world is coming. What a weird way to put that. And he has no claim on me. He has nothing in common with me. There is nothing in me that belongs to him, and he has no power over me. But Satan is coming, and I do as the Father has commanded me, so that the world may know, be convinced that I love the Father, and that I do only what the Father has instructed me to do. I act in full agreement with his orders. Rise, let us go away from here. Well, I don't think people are supposed to sit idly by and watch evil take over the world. Honestly, I just don't. I don't think 10 people are supposed to be all good with, you know, like Elliot writes, oh, why would you do Joey like that? Like, Elliot, you know me. Like, we've spoke here, you've come on my panel and stuff. You have no problem with your buddy doing me like they do. But a complete stranger because you like their music, which I don't mind. I mean, really, I feel for Joey Ramone too. Can you feel for both, or are you just self-preservation there and is singing out, oh, how can you do Joey that way? Do you think that fools? If there was somebody, reading between that line there. Incantations by Karen last night or the other night when I was talking about endocannabinoid system. And I was like, I really hope she's listening because, but there she was with 6 laughing emojis underneath the mocking of somebody who had, still does hope that, their outward evil is, I don't know, just not going to block them from really listening to the fact that miracles can happen. And I was trying to, but they're right there too, Bama too, right there. Boom. These are people who are supposedly experiencing things that should have humbled them, and well, it's odd. It's odd. And people will say, isn't it fucked up that something bad has to happen to make somebody feel a certain kind of way? Isn't it even more fucked up when something bad happens and they still don't get it? Like, whoa. But it's okay. I mean, because I still believe, and, I'll still keep feeling the way I feel. And when somebody comes in whom I've seen say probably horrible things, I'll still say, hi, hello, nice to have you here, because that's me. I choose to do that because I believe that, people can change, anything's possible. Nobody is their, end result. I just would hope for people's sake that is, hoping for a miracle, and they deserve one, but I don't know. I can't comprehend. I just can't. I am the true vine, and my Father is the vine dresser. Any branch in me that does not bear fruit, that stops bearing, he cuts away. trims off and takes away. And he cleanses and repeatedly prunes every branch that continues to bear fruit, to make it bear more and richer and more excellent fruit. You are cleansed and pruned already because of the word which I have given you. Dwell in me, and I will dwell in you. If a person does not dwell in me, he is thrown out like a broken off branch and withers. Such branches are gathered up and thrown into the fire, and they are burned. If you live in me, abide vitally united to me, and my words remain in you, and continue to live in your hearts, ask whatever you will, and it shall be done for you. My Father is honored and glorified, and you shall improve yourselves to be true followers. Okay. So, if Jesus didn't go and just as we're going to take him as an example, but I'm sure there were many scholars of the Old Testament who studied it and felt that there was good news and believed in, God. And if they hadn't gone forth to share that knowledge, okay, and to share the good news or something to believe in, so that if, and there was plenty of suffering back then, loads of it, to give them something to believe in, to fight God's behind, like that, all of this, power to empower them from within. If he didn't do those things, they wouldn't be sinners because they didn't know. Same with how they won't convict a lot, as of lately they have been, but the whole thing with the qualified immunity doctrine, one of their loopholes was, well, we won't teach them how, the police officers, how to, control a situation without, just whipping out their gun and boom, excessive force. But they don't have any guidelines for it. So if they're not taught that, then they can use the excuse they didn't know. So as long as there's no guidelines set, then they can say they didn't know. So as long as, Jesus was going and telling these people, and then they still kept acting in the way that they did, then they were sinners. Remember that I told you a servant is not greater than his master, is not superior to him. If they persecuted me, they will also persecute you. If they kept my word and obeyed my teachings, they will also keep and obey yours. But they will do all this to you, inflict all this suffering on you, because of your bearing my name and on my account. For they do not know or understand the one who sent me. If I had not come and spoken to them, they would not be guilty of sin. But now they have no excuse for their sin. Whoever hates me also hates my Father. If I had not done among them the works which no one else ever did, they would not be guilty of sin. But the fact is, now they have both seen these works and have hated both me and my Father. See? That's a conundrum right there, right? So he performs these miracles and raises people from the dead and performs the miracles that they asked, right? And still, they kill him. But this is so, that the word written in their law might be fulfilled. They hated me without cause. See? And they might have just been trying to fulfill what they were, the narrative they wanted people to listen to. But when the Comforter comes, whom I will send to you from the Father, the Spirit of truth, who proceeds from the Father, he himself will testify regarding me. But you also will testify and be witnesses, because you have been with me from the beginning. They will put you out from the synagogues, but an hour is coming when whoever kills you will think and claim that he has offered service to God. And they will do this because they have not known the Father or me. See? It was murder. I'm sorry. It was. So, he goes, I have told you all these things so that you should not be offended, taken unaware and falter, or be caused to stumble and fall away. I told you to keep you from being scandalized and repelled. They will put you out from the synagogues. But an hour is coming when whoever kills you will think and claim that he has offered service to God. And they will do this because they have not known the Father or me. But I have told you these things now, so that when they occur, you will remember that I told you of them. I did not say these things to you from the beginning because I was with you, but now I am going to him who sent me. Yet none of you asked me, where are you going? But because I have said these things to you, sorrow has filled your hearts, taking complete possession of them. However, I am telling you nothing but the truth. When I say it is profitable for you that I go away, because if I do not go away, the Comforter, Counselor, Helper, Advocate, Intercessor, Strengthener will not come to you into close fellowship with you. But if I go away, I will send him to you to be in close fellowship with you. And when he comes, he will convict and convince the world and bring demonstration to it about sin and about righteousness, uprightness of the heart, and right standing with God. So Butterfly Lady was right when she said it's being right with God, the righteousness. About sin, because they do not believe in me, trust in, rely on, and adhere to me. About righteousness and standing with God. About judgment, because the ruler, evil genius, prince of this world, Satan, is judged and condemned, and sentence already is passed upon him. I have still many things to say to you, but you are not able to bear them, or to take them upon you, or to grasp them now. But when he, the Spirit of truth, the truth-giving Spirit, comes, he will guide you into all the truth, the whole full truth. For he will not speak his own message, but he will tell whatever he hears from the Father. He will give the message that has been given to him, and he will announce and declare to you the things that are to come. Parables are veiled language. The hour is now coming when I shall no longer speak to you in figures of speech. I don't know. I mean, debuggers, I feel like you really need to think long and hard. And Karen, I know that you came, immediately before you had cancer, uh, disliking me. You said, you didn't like me from the beginning. Janelle said she didn't like me from the beginning. These are people who didn't know me, but they just decided they didn't like somebody right before they even knew him. They said, oh, yeah, oh, that's who everybody doesn't like. Okay, I'll do what everybody says and not like them either. Bama's been going at me for like almost 2 years now. I don't know anything about this lady. I mean, I wish her the best. Now you'll see people like Izzy writing things like, well, she said she misunderstood or didn't hear when he said it's gone for now. No, I heard that, but I think that you're an evil person, an evil sow. Tish, you're an evil sow for saying, why would I be looking for a miracle? Your evilness is not your end thing. Like, you can fix that. Fix it. Fix it. Because I'm not going to be hurt by your evilness. You're going to be hurt by your evilness. Fix it. Fix it. Candy Lehman, I will pray for you. Karen F., I'll pray for you. Gracie, I'll pray for you. For miracles. We all could use a miracle. We all could use a miracle. I say that about, specifically because I saw a woman pray for them, same people would say, but we won't pray for that person because of their, name is controversial. Those weren't real prayers, in my opinion. I'm sorry. I'm very sorry. But when you can't pray for everyone, I also saw Karen, thank somebody for giving, for praying, for saying, well, I'll give you my prayers, but I don't just hand out prayers willy-nilly. And she thanked them and said, that's so selfless of you. No, it isn't. Were you serious? That is not. It is not. But when people are selective about who they'll pray for, they don't know whom they're praying to. So if you were kind to the person that they don't want to pray for, would that mean that they would renege on their prayers for you? Would they say, oh, I take back my prayers for you? I mean, you got to ask yourself, what are you buying into? Are you selling your soul to be liked by people who, use somebody who died of cancer? Somebody who, I like the Ramones too, to harass somebody with cancer, and then, people with cancer will sit there and yuck it up. Is that funny? Is it funny? Is cancer funny to you, Karen? Does that, does it seem normal to you for you to talk about, the pain that you're going through while yucking it up, while some, people, you've yucked it up so many times, I can't even think about it. Does it seem normal to you to do that? Because I know that you were truly, you were offended that Nitty, when he was, talking about you, because he had you confused with No BS, and you were like, well, but he was talking about me, where it should have been no way, shape, or form was it nice even for him to be picking on No BS's dog. None of it was okay. It wasn't okay when he was saying he was going to piss on my grave and stuff. None of it is. You don't get to pick and choose when you choose to be a righteous person and do right. You don't get to pick and choose. That's not how it goes. So I don't really know who you're praying to for your miracles. Really, I don't. What, Munchie? I don't know. Holly? Like, who are you praying to for your miracles? TM? I don't know, but you know that they can't do them. Have you ever heard somebody say, Satan performed a miracle and saved my loved one? Or have you ever heard somebody in a hostage situation, or if a plane was going to crash, praying to Satan? Have you? Because if you don't know right from wrong, then I don't know, man. Get on the ball. You don't mock somebody else's recovery. E-beggars, you literally keep writing, you never had cancer again from 2000. I didn't have cancer in 2019. Why don't you shut your fucking mouth if you don't know what you're talking about, unless you prefer to look completely evil, ignorant, stupid, and like you got a lot of time to waste. Honestly, I never said your mother didn't die of cancer. I said she'd be rolling over in her grave. I do believe that parents can feel guilt about what their children might be partaking in. I mean, parents that gave birth to Jeffrey Dahmer or something, they're probably like, oh my God, I just can't believe all the, children my child took from their parents, right? Defending them to the, are you, is your actions something you think your mom would be proud of? How about you, Mitty? Talking about pissing on people's graves, and you went right back to Method G Mop Girl, Miracle for you went right back to it. What is wrong with you? People don't get to walk the walk and not talk the talk, or talk the talk and not walk the walk. You don't. You talk the talk, walk the walk, and know that you might do it with very few other people who will, do that. But if you're going to believe in the Bible, then you have to remember that cowardness was not a part of it. When he came into the temple and saw the money, the money changers and what was going on and everything, he got pissed. I mean, he showed a side of him that was not, natural for him. He also said, oh, if you're somewhere and you go into a town and they don't accept you, move on. But the bottom line is, he was there. He told them they want to continue doing what they were doing. Now they're sinners because they heard, they know. Now we have there's no excuse now. I mean, there's printed versions of things of but the heart is like, man, I just don't, I can't imagine what must be inside somebody to put laughing emojis under, somebody's picture that isn't me, but they're trying to mock me. But he's dead of cancer. What must be in your head then? Why are you bringing yourself pain? I don't understand. Then you got TM, who sits there and makes shit up and calls it, the grossest thing she's ever seen on social media. I assure you, I am not the grossest thing you've ever seen on social media. But to come right back to what you were doing, because Amy, who always says that she doesn't have me blocked, but must, because I can never see her when she's in chat rooms, so she must have me blocked. Amy, who, when it came to, Ollie saying, oh, well, who's good at raising money is Tiffany. So, I mean, I'm going to assume that your head automatically went, yeah. So I'll just start bashing SG and, blah, 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 right? And use the phrase, ice her out. She should have no support, no friends. Ice her out. I'll tell you who's my friend. God. You think you're going to convince me of anything else? TM, do? Now, I don't know. I haven't checked, but I was just wondering, like, how'd you do? Seriously. Because if anything, I was very kind to you. Knowing when you confess to me, knowing even, not even without you, with you put a meme that was supposed to represent me, putting a noose around my neck, and then others sitting there eating popcorn. You made a voice changing recording, and now let's not forget that I have this all this stuff on audio of this woman saying that I don't have a malicious bone in my body, and you guys went at me truly because I got cancer. I have that on audio. But your friends that you surround yourself with, Tim, prefer to pretend to be smart sometimes and pretend to be stupid sometimes, but really it's just genuine free will preferring to be dicks. Okay? So if you're yelling and screaming live stream wasn't shouting, glory to God, hallelujah, hey, Bama, Did you hear about SG? Maybe this could work. Maybe you need to go talk to your doctor, do some research. Or Karen F, did you hear this? Oh, wow, that could work. No, no, no. We got a bunch of, I don't know what you want to call them, taking a woman who did fake cancer twice, and and I mean, like, seriously disrespected her own offspring by simply having some kind of shame or something when, you know, multiple times has put herself publicly nude. But I mean, like, come on, man. What is this with your name? Like, but you don't skip a beat to sit there and you want to talk about people on being on Moral Mountain. You have a delusion that you're on Moral Mountain. Some of these people are yelling and screaming about stuff. Like, I hear it out of them all. They all are like yellers. And they'll sit there and go, SG ranting and raving. Shut up. Shut up. Ranting and raving. SG. Or Tracy, as some people like to call me. My mom, for one. But either way, a survivor. So when you meet somebody who says, I don't like to call this person a survivor because, you know, as far as I'm concerned, at some point I don't want them to be a survivor. So I'm going to call them by their given name. And for some reason in their head, they're like, that's the insult. It's like, no, dummy. It isn't. Now, when are you going to say, I apologize for trying to slander you for having armor all in your car? When does that occur? Because that's not conducive to trying to pretend that you're a person of integrity. I mean, I have videos from 3 years ago where I'm talking about how these people were harassing my kid, my GoFundMe, 3 years ago. So this isn't like, oh, have you seen what she's doing to Bama's GoFundMe? I'm not doing anything to Bama's GoFundMe. I wouldn't do that because I can't wrap my head around that type of behavior. But you douchebags who do it, make it up, accuse people of it, that's why you do it, because you're the ones who wrap your head around things I could never wrap my head around not having cancer and harassing somebody with cancer. And I double couldn't wrap my head around having cancer, hoping for America, and still harassing somebody. And then harassing them about something I feel is miraculous. Like Ganjan, are you still here? What if is it out of 17 people? I got any kind of ears here that have fingers to say yes or something? Thank you, John. Thank you. Thank you. And you know what? I still would have kept talking because I know that I have sometimes rewatchers, and I feel like it's important, to say the right things. Not the right things. I'm not saying I'm saying the right things, but to try to give a good message and everything. Now, I don't know if you heard, when they're all running around saying, oh, America girl, that, blah, 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 right? Which I don't mind. Go ahead, call me that too. But who thinks that they can run around acting like they're, indicative of somebody who believes in prayers for people, if they're going to question, I mean, like, to hear a doctor say straight out, and then to sit there and carry on with, oh, she misunderstood. Not misunderstood. All kinds of fucking evil shit. And the same people who said, things like, I've heard more than once somebody say that they're mad at me if I, am not sick enough, or if I, this that's going on, and because they lost somebody they loved to cancer, they're mad at me because I'm not dead and their loved one's dead. And I think to myself, I know that my words, in my head, now I don't know for like a fact that words affect things or put out negative and stuff. I don't know for a fact, but I believe that that could happen. And I believe, there's been times out of anger I've said things. To this day, I still fight saying things that I've felt horrible about and have felt necessary to repent for, and yet still I'll be like, oh, like, inside me I'll be like, oh, but it really takes a conscious effort, because it's been my experience that I don't know if, how they say crazy doesn't know it's crazy. I gotta wonder if evil doesn't know it's evil, or does it? Or does it not even know that? Do they, at some point, do certain, like, say if the demon, okay, could it be possible that some of, the people aren't really, they're soulless, they're not here to have, like, they're here to actually be part of the whole, like, the story of Job, look, well, yeah, because everything's good for him, and God said, well, go ahead, take it all away, which, that right there is, you would probably think, like, okay, and then it's written, like, and then he gets, this, but as if he'd forget all those things that he loved before, and then it's like, and it was better or something, the way that it's written is like, and he was rich too, So you gotta think to yourself, yeah, but what about the people who, are not rich and are still, the devil is still like, doing this, doing that, doing this, then they've definitely got to be diligent in finding something to believe in. Now, I don't know if you've realized, but I research a lot. And in all my research, I do believe by now that history is written by the victors, and that there's, some people who believe he who dies with the most gold wins, right? Right? And then there's other people who are sitting there and they're like, just how does this happen? How do people get away with this? How does it happen? And it sure does seem like, the, people with money, that, yeah, it seems okay, well, things might be easier for them. But then again, there's people who have money that take their own life. And then there's people who give up all their worldly goods and are very happy. I think everything is like we're designed to know ourselves. If we all of our situations were the same and everything. And I think that's why people could also study the Bible as theology their whole life and not get an answer, because you're not supposed to know, like, these, there is no answer. It's supposed to be believing in something you can't see, because sometimes things that you see are truth or facts or what's going on is like, you know, overwhelming. So you have to try to believe in maybe how we were reading about the book of Enoch, and he focuses a lot on the weather, wind, lightning, dew, snow, things like that. Always learn something new, right, John? Right. I think it's acts like that that, hear my stomach, that it always seems to come down to at the end of the, day or whatever you're reading, it comes down to having faith and believing in something. Now, I've never believed in remote viewing, which I know that there's a name for it, but I can't think of it right now. Spaceman or Debbie would, I think, know the name. It's like when you make yourself, like, I think the army even, for a while, maybe still, actually had some kind of program or something going on where they were using psychics for as like spy as remote viewing. I don't know if there's anybody listening that might have the answer to that. I would love it if you could either, or Ganja, if you could type, if you have a second device. It's something like remote viewing, but it's when I'm reading that whole Enoch thing going on, I'm amazed at the fact that there was, he did know that there was 14 trees that don't lose their leaves. But also, at the same time, if I had, better Wi-Fi right now, I'd look up the date, because if he's seventh from Adam, so that means he wasn't like Genesis time. He's, far removed from that. And it's a good possibility that travel wasn't as rare as, I'm thinking in my head. So he's writing it down like as a dream state while being accurate, though, for things. But were angels like living things back then? When they talk about fallen angels, what does that mean? Could it mean that somebody who was an angel was somebody who was living a very righteous life and never swayed from that? And then if they did something that was, you know, not like, say a priest who, oh, you're not supposed to get married, or you're not supposed to do this, or a rabbi, they have these strict rules, okay? Could it be that angels were, it's not like when they're, fallen from the sky or something, like maybe we're envisioning, but they could be fallen angels because they had sex and they used roots and herbs for healing, which at the same time, sometimes roots and herbs for healing would make sense, right? Like astrology is supposed to be, but those things, you've got one, you know what I'm saying? Like, I don't know. Is the sex thing where, so was the angels like similar to what would be people who'd have said they would take a vow of chastity or something? And they broke a vow? Could it be? I don't know. It's hard to have conversations with people who don't speak. It is. It's really sad because social media, for somebody like myself who, really feels like they missed the boat with, that was my chance, uh, Yul Brenner, and I would have performed on Broadway very happily. Um, Social media would make somebody like myself who, you know, wasn't, being social was something I like. So when you get like demonic people who go, that person should be iced out and have no friends and stuff, then when you do that, you do oblige them. I mean, I can manage to say, well, I know probably people are sleeping. I do, at late times. Sometimes I even do this at late times because I hope those people who sit there to make a 7-second video or something just all full of clips and everything have to work in the morning. So at the same time, I know it's kind of killing many birds with one stone, because then there'll be replay watchers that might learn, at the end of the day, I don't mind researching stuff. I like it. It's what I like to do. It's their choice to sit there and try to make it what they want to make it. But it is kind of ironic that I'm different from, I mean, I'm not different from other people or whatever, but I certainly am. My live streams are not like the CWs. I'm sorry, they're just not. Yes, do I do commentary sometimes? Yes, but with humor. Do I read and talk about the Bible? Yes. Do I read books? Yes, Sharon, I've always read books. I used to even read books and record myself way back when all we had was cassettes, and it would only be me hearing it. So that's not copying you. I mean, why you wouldn't just say, yeah, I like people who read, as I do, give you notice of the fact that you like to read, and give you, kudos for that. I think reading is fundamental. But instead, you say, she's copying me reading. Like, it's so weird. Flattery is impersonation. I'm impersonating you reading. You see? Like, Sharon, just stop. I mean, if you want the strength to quit, be a better person. I mean, wouldn't it have made more sense if you used, because there was, okay, so it was the dollar rate would still affect people's donations. So wouldn't it have made more sense for Amy, who was very quick to point out how stupid we were and how No BS was such a bitch, for pointing out the currency rate of when somebody in America donates to somebody in Australia, that the exchange rate is 66 cents. Well, this was that particular day. It fluctuates every day. 66 cents to the dollar. I just feel like, then you said you were sending the money back to your buddy, and yet then you said, why do these people care about my finances? Go fuck off, like you're swearing and stuff, which is, but it's like, oh, but lady, when are you going to look like a decent person and realize that you've been harassing people about their finances that you don't even know. And, one of those people you've even harassed about armor. Okay? It's like, you don't get to do that. When do you listen to yourself? And then I listen to myself sometimes and I be like, oh, I don't like that. So I, will apologize for it and remove it. And then what do? I've got things recorded and blah, 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 right? And stuff that you don't have recorded because it's a lie. You say, I hid it, or if I did hide it, and you did, that's the thing. So what I'm saying is, how is some stuff about you nobody's business, but when it was you harassing people, it's, your integrity. You're this. And dummies will go, if you 100% facts, ask this person who doesn't even know them at all. And they live in another country. Right? Even if somebody is. Did you guys see how mean Connie M's videos were? And Tisha's towards Maddie? I mean, for real. Tish, how do you possibly, and I feel like you do, but then now I kind of question. I know that you like to I feel like people give you that kind of credit, but you're probably really not, of being like a righteous person, but then I feel like you're probably really not, because, you and Connie both like really capitalized on, when Maddie was kicked out of places in the winter and was cold. You both really kind of were like, ha ha, we're warm, and, you know, would have like 100 comments say, that's right, keep exposing, and you'd answer every 100 back. I mean, who has time for that? But you both would do that. And I just think to myself, who does that? Like, you literally called from a whole nother state and lied and said that you were there just to get her kicked out. So both that you and Connie made videos about how cold she was. And people that like to think that they're people, I guess, will be like, you're 100% real. Yeah, that's right. Keep exposing. Normal, decent people would say, how fucking mean are they? What the fuck? I saw one time eBayers put something up about somebody, like they were like named Popcorn or something. I don't know who it was. I really don't. But I went and just like kind of looked and stuff. It was just this lady. I don't know that the popcorn person. I don't know. I don't know. But it was just this lady with very few subscribers that was just trying to have a channel, kind of like Mrs. Portland, too, or myself, right? Just these, like, people, random, usually it's always a woman for them, women and men, but it's always a woman, because this is the most misogynistic platform, I swear to God. Like, I never saw this. These are men who, if they were out in public around other men, they would never, ever act like this. Never. Need to get knocked the fuck out talking like the way he does to, you know? I mean, people, no, they'd never. So, I mean, Chosen One, oh my God, somebody would kick the shit out of him talking the way he does. These people wouldn't talk like this out in public. But this lady was just like somebody who was barely any. I think there was one I even saw. I don't know if it was on his or if I followed a rabbit trail, you know, a rabbit hole, whatever it is, from one of these other asshole suicide shows, to a lady whose kid had taken their own life, which they eventually ended up doing. And I'm like, is this for real right now? I mean, what the fuck? Are you kidding me? Tonight I learned that there was I think it was like the No Speak Act or something. I don't know, I'm not sure. But it was in the, like, if you got a job, right? You were offered a job, and they say, okay, and you need to sign this, and this, you know, through their employee, you know, when their human resources is having you. Well, I have to look up further. Uh, well, I have to look up further, King of Chaos. But because of the stuff that you write about me, I don't know that I believe, you know. No. But perhaps you need to. See, because the stuff that you write about me would tell me that you need to listen to your own advice, buddy. You didn't listen long enough to what I was just saying. That the shit you say about me, and no, buddy, you type paragraph after paragraph about some shit, and no matter how many times I tell you I didn't have cancer in 2019, you want to keep fucking saying it. Because you want to just have your own narrative to run with. No. Yeah, I'm interpreting instead of just reading it. Do you hear what that is? These sound ridiculous. Okay, then you interpret it. No, you said I had cancer in 2019. I didn't say that you said I didn't have cancer. I said you said I had cancer in 2019. I keep telling you I didn't have cancer. Okay, see? Is this for real right now? Do you have me muted or something? I don't understand. I have said I didn't have cancer in 2019, yet you have repeated more than once that I did. Are you going to hear me now? way more than the date. But I'm saying where you said perhaps you need to look deeper and learn the entire story before assuming facts. Whatever the year was you originally got diagnosed, I don't dispute that. Dude, you said I didn't have cancer the second time. I had mucus. You said I don't say dates. I always say dates. You think it's funny to share out a picture of Joey Ramone, who died of cancer at 55, because you don't like me? So I mean, you think you know my medical things better than I do. So what is this questioning marks? What is the question marks going here? So you don't know what you do? You're asking me to tell you what you do? Are you talking about what? What's the question marks for? I don't understand how somebody who writes paragraphs after paragraphs in their community posts can't put at least as much as you're going to need to, like, what am I referring to on the Ramones? Whoa. So are you saying that's me in that video that you shared of surviving buzzballs? Are you saying that's me? It's not Joey Ramone? I don't understand. I don't understand. Like, you didn't have any wonder at all? Like, so who's that person in the... You think that's me? Do you? Really? Well, then maybe you need to know what you're inadvertently partaking in when sharing out a video. Well, obviously you listen to me because here you are, right? And I don't even dislike you, okay? But obviously you listen to me. You do. Uh, other than that, then you're basically saying that you get all your information from some troll channel. You don't go to the source. So then once again, perhaps you need to look deeper and learn the entire story before making, 6-paragraph community posts. Well, exactly. Why wouldn't you? I probably talk about topics that you're interested in. I think that you should become a storm chaser myself. I was looking that, again, you were tracking. Have you ever done that? Like in reality? Have you ever been right in a tornado? Like, how those storm chasers do? Because it seems like of real interest to you. Well, I wouldn't expect you to, King of Chaos, but I wouldn't expect you to use your, your talking points as 7-second stupid videos with Joey Ramone, mocking a dead person with cancer as your resource. As your, but what I'm saying is, have you ever been in a tornado? Like, I guess, Well, I don't know anything about, when there's severe outbreaks. What I'm saying is, so do you have any videos of you doing that? Like actually doing storm chasing? Like, I know you have other hobbies, like music, and, you like animals, obviously. The storm chasing. What does you trying to negate what I feel is a complete miracle? I mean, I thought it was a goner. Not because I misunderstood. I'm not stupid. In no way, shape, or form do you think I'm stupid. I know you don't. If anybody comes off to you as a bimbo, it would be, the Swiss or Sharon or people like that. Okay? In no way, shape, or form do you think I'm so stupid. Okay, that's not the point, King of Chaos. If you are on here, who cares? It's fine for you to be on here and you do the storm chasing stuff. I'm saying that your hobby, it's a good platform for people to do, interesting things. Right. Well, you kind of did say I was stupid without saying so in so many words, as if I would, misunderstand, or I mean, come on now. As if I didn't get a biopsy and I don't know, but how many records do you people need me to read to you if you're only going to use, some channel like Munchie or Surviving Buzzballs as your source for your information about me? What's the point of, constantly with you guys? It's just silly. It's very silly. I, I'm not a liar. I don't lie. I'm sorry. I get it that a lot of people like to lie on here, or, share out videos with somebody who died of cancer and then pretend they didn't know it was Joey Ramone, and yet they're a music lover. You did know it was Joey Ramone. You're a music lover. Of course you know it was Joey Ramone. And anybody knows it's fucking Joey Ramone. Stop it. Even Elliot, who's way younger, knows it's Joey. You know who the Ramones are. But no, it ain't like that for me, King of Chaos, because the first time around, I realized nobody's tomorrow is guaranteed. Not that I didn't realize that before, but I was better to adjust to the fact that nobody's tomorrow is guaranteed. So even though cancer is very scary, but that's not me in that picture, King of Chaos. That's not me, at least. But look at when you like Photoshop that picture of me to make me look as like, what is going on with you, buddy? You have other interests. Seriously. Like, why can't you, I know that you probably were watching through this whole thing, and when I brought you up, okay, and about the woman that you were harassing, um, you jumped right in. But that audio is not complete. King of Chaos. But yet you wrote paragraphs of it. Then came in to tell me you'd suggest I research deeper into something before I talk about it. That's what he said. Perhaps you need to look deeper and learn the entire story before assuming facts. Sure, 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 sure you did. Sure. Stop it. You wanted to defend yourself about the fact that you were harassing a woman that, if you think I didn't do my research on it, I did. Right there is what you said. Yeah, I do. How much could her stuff have gotten with 5 subscribers? And you think that that other guy who had loads of subscribers. Okay, what is it, King of Chaos? If she's got 5 subscribers, come on, what is it then? Can you enlighten us? Did you miss when I said I went down that rabbit hole? Serious? See, you're funny. You're funny, King of Chaos, because your name is indicative that you like to cause chaos. Sure, sure. So you harass somebody. Is that the lady that there was somebody else? Listen, buddy, you think that I don't know that somebody's name is even indicative of what you like to do? You claim that you're a storm chaser. Where's the videos of you there actually chasing a storm and believing that you might not get, you what, you know, where is it? I see you sitting there behind a screen, just, basically saying what you've already seen. I don't believe for a second. Uh, King of Chaos, trust and believe. You harass women. Don't chase storms. You liken yourself to be a storm chaser and a musician, but you're using no musical instruments. You're using the computer. That's not a musician, okay? Sitting at home, posting stuff while not being in the eye of the storm. Right, but if you really were a storm chaser, you'd be putting up those videos, buddy. You'd be showing us you playing musical instruments. But instead, you want to write 6 or 7 paragraphs while getting your information. But I wouldn't know, King of Chaos, because you're too busy hiding your identity. I wouldn't know, King of Chaos. You're too busy hiding your identity that you can't, be you. Because you want to be a dick also. Well, wow, that must be so much fun for you, King of Chaos. Imagine doing all that to remain anonymous. Why? Why do you do that? Because you want to be criminal behavior on one and not get the recognition that you deserve on the other because you still want to have criminal behavior to harass people? Well, sometimes people respect people's privacy. But the bottom line is, I'll stand from a rooftop and say my name and put out this. But I've done that with you guys. So you just want to harass people and remain anonymous doing it. Why act like you're a just person? Just people, they stand out from the crowd. People who are hiding behind things, but here's the thing though. See, okay. What about your buddy Munchie? What about your buddy Surviving Buzzballs, the one that you share out their channel that has a picture of my daughter's graduation up? But you support people who are harmless. Who are harmful. Sorry. Who are harmful. Yeah, and you share out channels. So that's enabling people to be harmful. You write paragraphs of lies. I need to focus on you, what I say, what I do. I don't understand what that means. What do you mean we could play the what about game? What are you talking about? My friend No BS uses people's words verbatim. Those are their own words. That's how ridiculous they are. People like cartoons. They listen then. If they knew the real people they are based on, they'd know. Yeah, damn, he really did say he rolls his fellow Nitty rolling. Now, you guys are all buddies with Nitty. Okay, whatever that is. You hear that. You can't lump people in merely by who is circumstantial in the same locations. What are you talking about, buddy? What are you talking about? What are you fucking talking about right there? Does anybody understand that? You can't lump people in merely by who is circumstantial in the same locations. Repeating what who says. You're not repeating what people say by verbatim. What are you talking about, buddy? There's a real big difference between a verbatim and shitty videos harassing people with cancer. No, I don't. I don't talk stupid. I don't know. I don't get stupid. I don't know. No way and no BS is not on the same level at all as surviving buzz balls or munchie. Not at all. You know exactly what I'm talking about. To quote you, you know exactly what I'm talking about. Now, you either be pin stuff they say on you. No, I didn't pin what they said on you. I clearly stated you shared out their video. You are, I'm just saying, no, I'm not. I think you're stupid. I'm sorry, I gave you too much credit. I did. I think you're stupid. Absolutely. You're taking this time. You're not blocked here. I know that you said multiple times that you are, so I unblock you. And this is the conversation you're having. It is ridiculous. With a rebuttal, the video was almost irrelevant, but the rebuttal was irrelevant. You understand me? Because you didn't know what the fuck you were talking about, okay? Because you don't want to believe in miracles. The opinion of a smart person. Once again, where's your videos of you storm chasing, buddy? I don't like what you said. Well, I don't like lies. Yeah, I'm not a big fan of lies. And I definitely like Joey Ramone better than I like you. And I think it's really disrespectful. So, yeah, so I don't know. Apparently, I don't know. We're two different people. See, you don't like what I said. That's why you're here. Because you are a misogynist that was harassing a woman with 5 subscribers. And has partaken in the harassment of people who are just doing, their channels. They're not hurting anybody. They're not doing nothing. There's no way that some channel with like thousands of subscribers is dependent on this, no, no. But, you beggars, please. I really think that you think that for some reason I'm stupid or something. I don't know. Or that people who watch are stupid. I really do. And then you think in your head that it's because you'll make threats like you'll never be monetized or you'll get this or this will happen or I'll share out links to places where they're harassing your daughter because I'm going to pretend I don't know right or wrong. And you think everybody is, I don't know, buddy, what you think. Did you think I was a woman who's afraid of you, or a munchie, or anybody who remains anonymous? But you're going to negate America? You're going to negate my truth? Popcorn is tied to a larger group that at its core has someone threatening other women. If that's what you're okay with and that's your choice. No, you don't. Because of what you said about me. No, you don't. in your name, King of Chaos. You like to cause chaos. Chaos is not getting things in order. So you're not worried about the order of things and having things, how they should be. You like chaos. Probably why you like like pretending to be a storm chaser or something, or music that has no real actual whatever to it, because it's chaotic, it's nothing, it's synthetic, it's a synthetic. You know what I'm saying? Like, you're just hiding behind shit, and I don't know, like, yeah, I know what chaos is, okay? No, I didn't say that. I said it's very similar at that time, when people were using keyboards, which no, synthesizers like with Loverboy using them. I remember that, but you said my guitars and my synthesizers. I would think, wouldn't that be your amplifiers? Guitars usually have amplifiers, don't they? Like their own, and keyboards would be synthesizers, correct? Am I correct? Okay. And then what? Then do you jump over to your synthesizer? I'm just saying that I don't see. Why are there no lyrics? You seem like a wordy guy. So you write the music, you're composing it, but the lyrics part escapes you, which that's, I've heard it. I mean, Elton John and who was it? Was it Bernie something that they never met, but, you know, he would compose the mirror, right, okay. And they became a great, like, I mean, like, we can't forget. So, and that's really quite. Now, so the guy, was it Bernard, something like that, he wrote the lyrics. So did Elton John make the music first and then he would write the lyrics, or did the guy make the lyrics first and the guy would make the music to them after? Right? I'm not sure. I'm wondering. pop artist. Well, pop, I mean, I don't know. I don't know about having a team of composers and writers. Oh, for the lyrics. Oh, for their wait a minute. Composers and writers for yeah, but that's not real. I mean, like, that's not like, yeah, but she plays guitar herself. I mean, she started playing her own, I mean, seriously, I feel like, the Stairway to Heaven, okay? That was the very first recording that they did of that is the one that they use. Like, that's the one. And basically, well, yeah, I get that, but they're still not just a song. Like, I mean, what was her, Carole King and Burt Bacharach? I mean, um, but still great singers and, musicians. There was studio, Hal something, right? Is that his name? Studio drummers that I think those are people who have such talent and were, right, yeah, exactly, back then, more, exactly. What was his name? Hal Blaine? Hal Blaine, he's a drummer. Is that it? Am I right there? On some of the most, and that was back then. But they would have studio musicians who appear on so many great songs like that we know, and for different performers in the studio, which to me is so like, wow. So the song that you're hearing on the radio for a lot of those is not the person who is playing it, and if they would see them in concert, you know? I mean, I love music. Yeah, isn't that crazy? That uh but I wonder if, like, okay, so what was I mean, he's got loads of songs too. There was another guy who was, the reason why I was, because I hate the song Midnight at the Oasis. I hate that song, okay? But there was a guy in it. I actually did a video about him. I can't remember his name. And he killed his mother, in concerts now, mostly on backing tracks the singers work with locally and instruments. Yeah, it just blows my mind. And if you, and I'm not going to say if, I believe you do play instruments, and that's great. There's people nowadays, like young people, who actually think they're playing guitar online. That's not playing guitar. I'm so sorry. It is not. Oh, I'm learning how to play drums. They're hitting like keys, you know? I'll tell you what I like, King Chaos is. I think what is so great and amazing to me that Shel Silverstein, who wrote, when I was younger, my familiarity with him was, A Light in the Attic, Where the Sidewalk Ends. Yeah, but is that a symphony? See, although I can appreciate that in movies for scores and stuff, which it blew my mind that Clint Eastwood will write scores. People who are talented are usually multi-talented. It's, I mean, it just like blows your mind, really, like how someone can, um, but Shel Silverstein and writing Sylvia's mother, like the story behind it is so wow. And when I look at, Freaker's Ball, I'm sorry, but it was a Dr. Hook and the Medicine Men, and they're playing to like this audience is just like this really small, exactly, right? King of Chaos. Isn't it amazing that Clint Eastwood, he actually won awards for writing his own, scores to, like, you would be composing with every instrument. Like, is that's just so amazing to me. So different than like John Carpenter doing, but still, I'll tell you what, John Carpenter's little notes there, ding, 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 for, or for Jaws and stuff, or Steven Spielberg, or the other one there with kill, 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 kill. Those little bits are more iconic than somebody putting in, yeah, like you just said, deserve way more credit. Yeah. And yet you'll have that ding, 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 for the Halloween theme. Probably still, I always thought about like people who wrote Christmas Carol. Like, okay, grandma got run over by a reindeer. I saw a movie one time where the guy was rich because his grandfather had written a Christmas Carol. And that the whole family lived on the fact of this Christmas Carol that he wrote. But before before Led Zeppelin, though, a lot of these bands were getting so ripped off by the studios, which probably goes back to the studio musicians and everything being, it's just so, I do love music. I was almost going to be in The King and I in the Broadway revival with Yul Brynner. Ain't that some shit? And I still go back to that. Now, when you talk about still hanging on to things, that I hang on to because I know that my mom probably thought she was doing the, like whatever, the right thing, thinking, well, she didn't want to tell me what I was, doing there. She didn't want to like scare me. But I think not knowing why I was there and these bright lights in my, in my face, well, I feel like a lot of them, they recorded right as a lot of them, they probably didn't even write it down much. I watched a documentary where the whole Stairway to Heaven was just like they call the guy, right. And in actuality, I mean, they still have the copyright, but yeah, Led Zeppelin, but their manager was on top of things. He was one of the first ones like who paved the way for because David Bowie was really getting, like, he would put on these extravagant shows, like, remember when he was Ziggy Stardust and stuff? And, it's weird how David Bowie went from, like, being Ziggy Stardust to, and you know what? I mean, I've never really been a big David Bowie fan, but, I do think it would have been interesting to see one of his shows. Now, I never saw Van Halen, but I did see David Lee Roth, and I wasn't big on him, but I did like him better with Van Halen than Sammy Hagar. Not a big Sammy Hagar fan. You know, I really think the thing with the 80s was that the whole entire album was good. You notice that? The whole albums, A and B side, was good. Even on Jay Giles' Angel as a Centerfold, the flip side on the 45 was Rage in a Cage, which was a good song. You know, like even comparable for me, I like the beginning. They were so good. I really think that music is storytelling. Yeah, like Judas Priest Turbo. Oh my God. Oh my God, those songs, and that, oh, they have the keyboard, right? The electron, you know, with the bam, 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 out in the cold. Oh my God. Every instrument, too, would get highlighted. Oh my God, so many. Well, I mean, but Joan Jett, like, she was good, but hers was what she did. I Love Rock and Roll. Now, who wrote that? Did she write that? Because weren't the rest of her songs, well, actually, Do You Want to Touch? Do You Want to Touch? Which wasn't it? Uh, yeah, but wasn't that keyboard in the beginning of Out in the Cold? I mean, I know they used to have like some the Wowie, was it a Wowie bar or something like that? Where like Peter Frampton, when he would make the guitar talk, or now see, he was never, see, I'm not even a big Jimi Hendrix fan, to be honest with you. I am just not. But I do like, you know, the guitarist for Dire Straits. Romeo and Juliet is one of my most favorite songs ever. That guitar solo is just, oh my God, it's amazing. I just, you know, not even the solo, use guitar synths as well. Oh, okay, okay. They do, because all this time I've been, so did Loverboy as well? I feel like Loverboy had a keyboard player. I know that the Black Crowes did. Loverboy was great. They were so good. Did you know that one of their members of the band got swept overboard on a boat by a big wave? And I saw Loverboy live, and I'm born to run. I was born to, what's that? Making love wherever I please. I gotta do it my way. But my favorite was Take Me to the Top. And I saw James Taylor, and he sounds like perfection. Heart sounded just like the record. I swear to God. Yeah, but that was one of the Loving Every Minute of it was not on their Working for the Weekend album. Only the lucky ones. Are you like 10 years, you never saw Heart? Oh, they're good. I've seen loads of, have you been to a lot of concerts? I think you're like 10 years younger than me, right? Concerts now are so expensive. It's like, it's ridiculous. It's ridiculous. I saw Rush, Pink Floyd, Motley Crue, Aerosmith, Kiss, 38 Special, Eddie Money. Yeah, but they don't even give you tickets anymore, so you don't have ticket stuff. I mean, it's ridiculous to pay $500 for. See, I mean, okay, Rush. I feel like that you gotta really like the band though, to even though okay, fine, good, but um, Pink Floyd, I remember going to see, but I like Pink Floyd, I do. Working Man is probably my favorite Rush song, but I feel like both those concerts were something that somebody else had, the tickets for and asked me to go. So I was like, okay, I'll go. Where, like, I'll tell you what, to be honest with you, even Ziggy Marley and NXS, who I do like both of them, but that I didn't remember them as much as I remember some. AC/DC, which was always one of my favorite bands, in concert, they just kept doing the guitar solo, and the whole band would leave the stage kind of thing, except for, Angus Young or, doing the guitar solo. And it would just be very long to where you're like, ugh, okay, get over it. I mean, they weren't like what I thought. I've seen cover bands of AC/DC that are, better, more entertaining than AC/DC was in real life. When I saw Paul Stanley, it was without the makeup, but Paul Stanley just kept being like, uh, all cocky, like, same as David Lee Roth. Do you know who I am? Do you know who I am kind of thing? Poison and Rat, I've seen both multiple times and was great. They were great. Motley Crue, I've seen multiple times. They were great. Judas Priest, oh my God, the electricity and the energy. I never saw Van Halen in concert, but I remember in 1984, and that was one of the biggest concerts there. It was 1984. Uh, but the energy building up for the concerts Because general admission used to be like right on the floor, right in front of the stage. And my crew, when it starts with in the beginning, you know, for the shout of the devil. And back then, people had real lighters. You know, they weren't the fake things on the phones. And people were holding up their lighters, which now that you think about it, probably was like a fire hazard, really. But people were smoking back, you know, like they're smoking cigarettes. All that was, you know, loud and everything. And I saw Iron Maiden, which, man, I didn't like them. Iron Maiden with, I think, Ian Gillan, right? He sang for Iron Maiden. Am I right? He also had kind of a Black Sabbath too, right? Ian Gillan, or Deep Purple, or something, or both, all three. I could be wrong. Journey was great, but you don't hear much about them anymore. So Bruce Dickinson was Iron Maiden. Janice Dickinson's husband. I'm sure, just kidding. I gotta pee. Will you wait? BRB. Uh, the firm that had Jimmy Page in it, right? And then wasn't John Bonham's son the drummer? They were good. I liked the firm. I remember seeing Aerosmith. Like, I've seen Aerosmith multiple times too. But when they sang, you know, like Last Child, bum 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 bum, take me down to South Tallahassee, bum 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 bum. I really think Aerosmith was one of the most, I feel like, I don't know, like really, like interacting with the crowd. They were more of, they appear to be more down to earth than a lot of the bands that I saw when you saw them. I mean, although Poison was great, and I saw Greg Allman, he didn't even really talk to the crowd, but he did play. I mean, he was good. Here I am just talking away about music. My cat be knocking everything over. I saw Guns N' Roses with Slaughter and um, Whitesnake. Wait, okay, yeah, Whitesnake. They were good. Guns N' Roses was good too, and it was actually, they weren't serving any liquor because it was, I think, like the second or third night. Well, but something had happened, and well, no, I'm not saying that you're evil. That's why I say times I'll go, I don't even hate ya. I just think that I don't know if you, like, how could you even truly think that I'm a liar about something that's, I don't lie about anything. I just don't lie. I mean, to think I'm that good of a liar or that stupid that I'd be like, oh, second time around, I'm going to be stupid and misunderstand, or even the first time around. Like, who's going to do that? They're going to want to know everything. What, recent? Not recently, though. But I'll tell you what, that time, after something had happened to some girl, it was like the second day or the third day of I don't know. They said that, he even stopped in the middle of it and said, if people don't back up, we're not going to keep singing, because people were getting crushed and everything. They were good though. You would think they'd be, not, I see, because I kind of feel like the bands in the 60s where they were using, I feel like they used more studio musicians in the 60s, like the 50s and the 60s. Oh, really? Because a girl I think I got in, RIP. Yeah. And so they were like, so I was like really, I mean, look, Appetite for Destruction was a great album. Both sides. It was like you didn't feel you bought a record or a tape and got ripped off. Because a lot of those, you couldn't return an album or a tape when you bought it. And it was sealed, so you didn't know, like you knew you liked this one song on it, and, you didn't know, is the rest of it good? But yeah, the whole entire album would be good. Even like, Ozzy Osbourne ones and stuff. Meatloaf, Bat Out of Hell. the whole album would be good. I'll tell you what, I did get them to return an album one time, or a tape, I don't know. I think it was tape cassette. It was 4 Non-Blondes. Yeah, they saying, what's going on. And then the rest of the tape was shitty. And by that time, that was like around, I think, I don't know, 95, 96, somewhere around there. And the rest of it was shitty. And I was like, they did give me my money. Or store credit or something. Usually they wouldn't, but I was just like, no. Just sell the single then. I mean, if the rest of the album's crap, don't even, She's from where I live. I like that song, What's Going On, but the rest of it was, ugh. But I feel like the bands, you ever see the movie with Tom Hanks? It's called That Thing That You Do, I think it is called, That Thing That You Do. It's got, Steve, I think it's Steve, Liv Tyler. That Thing You Do. It's like about a band, Tom Hanks, and they're wearing, dark glasses. They have one song that's, a hit, and they start going on tour. It seems like it's around the 50s or early 60s, something like that. I think it's supposed to be based on, oh my God, That Thing You Do. Is that, you can probably look it up. I bet you have 2 devices. The blonde guy from not Candyman, but the one where they had candy cane, with Paul, with the guy who died in Fast and Furious. But anyway, Tom Hanks is in it, and it's I think it is a true story about, not a true story. It's like loosely based on how, this one song, but then the rest of it, and then the band members would be like, what do you mean they're not going to use us for the music in the, kind of like how, remember Smelly Cat with Phoebe, and she was all like, oh my God, I sound great, but it wasn't her. Like that kind of thing, where the band was kind of pissed that they weren't getting to be on the album, that they were using studio musicians because they wanted actual better musicians. These other ones, they would say, oh, do you even play guitar? Well, no, but I got an amplifier. You know what I'm saying? Like, but with singers, I think a lot of them had a really different kind of, if you've got your own kind of voice, then like, Rob Halford. And is he still alive? What is he doing lately? I'd like to look that up. I bet you I could write to him and he'd probably write me back. At his age now, I don't mean like to date him or anything. I'm talking about, like retired, if you wrote a handwritten letter, I think. But how would I even get his address? Can you look it up for me, eBaggers? You get everything. Ask Munchie to do it. They get all kinds of addresses. I bet I could find his address. Not that I'm going to stalk him or anything. He was? What is he, like 80? It's so amazing, though, because people think that as they get older, like, okay, you know who Rosetta Tharpe is? Sister Rosetta Tharpe? I mean, this lady was, she could even just be walking and have, like, soul and rhythm. Like, they'd be playing the guitar in her old lady jacket and old lady hat. Phoebe was working for me. When you were talking about the synthesizers and stuff, I was thinking about that episode where Ross came and was playing his keyboard there. And he goes, sing along. You guys know the song? And Phoebe's like, like, fucking, I don't know. I like Friends anyway. I can't believe Chandler died. That is so sad. That's what I mean, though, about, like, nobody's, like, tomorrow is guaranteed. Well, my friend, TJ said that he goes, you know the song Sweet, Sweet City Woman, Sweet, 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 Sweet City Woman, that he, but they will kind of, do they even put the studio musician's name on the album, or do they put the drummer of the band on the album? Like, do they pretend that it's them, but it isn't? Because he said that he played the drums for that, but not, like he wasn't in the band. Ain't that crazy? Makes you wonder, kind of, they were lip syncing, but not lip syncing. But yeah, kind of lip syncing everything back then. Even the musical instruments. Like, if the band was just acting like they were playing it, right? They could have been back then too. I watched or I think it was American Bandstand. Was it American Bandstand? But it was, like it was in black and white, and it was the song "Little Bitty Pretty One" or "Itty Bitty Pretty One." You know what I'm talking about? Itty Bitty Pretty One. And it was a guy who was black, right? And the audience was white. If you could have seen their faces, it was just so. I think that was one of, like a very obvious. Wow, it was so weird. Like they were like, even though that song is a good song, with a good, good beat and everything. They almost looked as if they didn't know that the person who sang it was black. And they looked appalled. I was kind of in shock that the looks on the faces of them was, I often wondered why Elvis had to go off to, like be drafted, but none of the other male singers and stuff his age in that era, they didn't. Did he get drafted or volunteer? And like, what about Pat Boone? Wasn't he young then? Or like the Everly Brothers or the Beach Boys? I mean, like, he volunteered. Okay. No, because we had Tiger Beat, King of Chaos. Plus we had Soul Train. And I mean, yeah, wasn't he drafted? I felt like he was drafted. Because there was the draft then. I used to get Tiger Beat. Tiger Beat, and there was another one. I can't remember what it was called. Where it had Leif Garrett. And I used to get, I didn't get it, but Mad Magazine. Tiger Beat, and what the heck was the other one called? Yeah, he was drafted, and they made a big deal about it, like that, but yet it just didn't seem like any of the other singers we ever saw get drafted, right? But there was lots of like Frankie Avalon, right? That's Sean Cassidy, not David Cassidy. David Cassidy was I think I love you, but what am I so afraid of? And Sean Cassidy was the do run, 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 the do run, run. And the Bay City Rollers was Saturday. I love the Bay City Rollers. I had a Bay City Roller outfit. I wish I still had it. I looked up a book that I had. Oh, the Saturday Night Fever right now with the Bee Gees. Oh my God. You should be dancing. Yeah. Remember Donna Pesco? I think that was her name. Was the one who like really liked what was his name? Tony. There's John Travolta. What's his name? Tony? Fucking Bee Gees were good. I'm so glad to have grown up in the 70s. Were you in that? Did you? No, really. How old are you? Was her name Angie? 68, 68 feeling great, 69 feeling fine. So you watch Zoom and everything too? I feel like these kids nowadays, with AI and everything coming around, like their jobs are going to be obsolete. What's the jobs going to be? I mean, it just seems to me if they're going to keep replacing humans, we're going to zoom, 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 zoom. But if they're going to make everything so obsolete, I just don't really even understand it, how, you know, anybody would say, that sounds like a great idea, let's it just seems to me, even the whole with the Boeing and the whistleblower stuff, and they're getting, and I mean, it shouldn't be about like whistleblowers. At this point, we should be like, okay, well, okay, so could you be a little more clear on your own kids are obsessed with the 80s? Yeah, that's because as a parent, you've shown them, what good stuff was. Like, I'm sorry, what these kids are growing up with nowadays is not good stuff. If somebody tells you, oh, I'm learning how to play the drums, but it's online on computer without drums, that's a problem. I'm not saying, I'm not talking directly to you. I'm saying, like, it's up to the parents in our generation. Like, our generation seems to be, like, we don't want to get too old to the point where we can't say, look, you guys are fucking things up. You're fucking things up. And money it's not money, it's the love of money that's kind of driving the whole destruction. I mean, they're going to be unnecessary. I'm telling you. Well, yeah, but there's also drama, and there's loads of things that are, you know, everything shouldn't be computerized. There's painting, there's loads of things that are hands-on. And I mean, when it's like, I just can't imagine that. Okay, remember when they would say, oh, people can't come into the store with masks on because usually they're robbers. But when it becomes that people are like, oh, you can't come into the store without a mask on, it's kind of where they're saying, sucker, we got you. Now they get to wear a mask. But in the meantime, everybody is using probably, paying with a card and touching the buttons on this device that, yeah, they're involved in nothing. And I was watching a show about the kid who did the Red Lake shooting, and he was Indian, right? American Indian, and I felt like he tried everything to get the adults in his life to, be more involved. Like, even as far as becoming like Nazi, you know? You would think somebody would have said, buddy, something's up here, but they still didn't. And then his, father ended up taking his own life, and uh, his mother ended up in like a car accident and had to learn. And so his grandmother and grandfather raised him, but still in school he would get picked on, and he had been on, like meds since he was very, very, very little. Because of course, they oh, he's got this, he's got, which they do all the time now, and it kind of sets them up to fail, like to be dependent on something, in my opinion, when basically he was born into like where he wasn't going to get uh, the way these reservations, the way, you know, the poverty on them is just incredible. It's almost like, yes, it was very, very nice talking to you too, e-beggars. I'm glad you came in. But it's like so overwhelming that the American Indian, people, the indigenous, they just have no, it's a shame. More so than probably any other race, I would say, in, America. They are definitely at the most disadvantage of any race. I mean, if the reservation where you're on is total poverty, and the only stores there are liquor stores, and that's all that's offered, really, is complete poverty. It would be very, very difficult to, I mean, it's really quite tragic and disgusting, and I don't think anybody should be okay with the fact that if you think back and you look back, I do know that there was black slave owners. I know that there was Jews that turned other Jews. I know that there was, there's bad hearts out there. People who have a love of money or power, or, then their need, their definition of happiness or success, or things like that is, I don't know, either they come from a lot of money or they think it has something to do with money. But the bottom line is encouragement. One of the complaints of this kid who ended up was very smart. I mean, he created, like he invented his own little bit, electronic. But one of his complaints was that nobody ever made sure if he was doing his homework and stuff. So that this kid, he wanted somebody to make sure he was doing his homework because he was smart and he probably would have excelled at his homework, but he wanted somebody to make sure that he was doing it. And I just thought it was so heartbreaking. Where most kids that maybe, came from like an advantage, you know, kind of thing, their parents could pay for them to get ahead in life. They would care less if somebody was looking at their homework. But this kid who was very smart seemed to get like a raw deal in life, handed to him. But he was really, he wasn't using the fact that nobody looked at my homework. That's why I did this. It wasn't that. It was that I think it gone on for so many years for him being invisible. So, like as it turns out, the grandfather and grandparents that he grew up with were in their 50s. That's not too old. That's not like oh, he's with his, elderly grandparents and this and that. These grandparents, the grandfather was a retired, police officer. So I feel like, how were they not, like what was his grade? Why was he, it just, it really does take a whole village to raise a child. It really, really does. And I hope people will stop, saying, oh, they should, twisting twisting the words to make someone look at. People can't change the fact that when you encourage and pay attention and stuff to your kids and don't sit there and let the computer be the babysitter for them. And yes, it is possible for douchebags to use social media to try to destroy a young adult's life so much that it's worked, for them in the past. Like, oh, the only, recourse you have is to take your own life, or we're going to harass everyone you know and all their friends and all their family and this, that, and the other thing. But there comes a time when people need to really understand that if you sit back and you let that happen, there's no guarantee that 6 years from now that won't be somebody that you love that's going through, their hard work of developing a career that, somebody on social media decides, I think I'll just let's see this person, let's see this. If they don't know how to act, and social media doesn't know how to police their own platform, they think they're going to tell us we have freedom of speech, but we can't say RAPE or this or that, or, suicide, or, COVID, things that really are actual topics. a bunch of people can report something for, something that it isn't, YouTube can clearly say, we don't watch the video, because basically it's just how many. Well, listen, then you don't deserve to be paid the amount you're getting paid. Because people matter. They may not be rich, they may not be Johnny Depp, but to the people in their lives, they matter. Just because somebody isn't rich and can't afford an attorney, it doesn't mean it's okay for the people who are doing it to brag about how they can afford an attorney. For, Crystal Love and Munchie and people like that to brag about the money that they have, and then be like, oh, we'll spend $32,000 on a butt lift or something, as if. And then we'll ridicule somebody and call them a scammer about cancer. Shut your fucking mouth. Nobody in the world needs somebody like that. I don't care who that person is. The fact that they think of things like that and then start using repeatedly Joey Ramone's likeness after it was pointed out Joey Ramone died of cancer. So what does this fucker do? Uses Joey Ramone's picture repeatedly over and over again. Then two people facing cancer in different ways laugh about it and put up laughing emojis. So apparently they got something against Joey Ramone. No, we got something against you. No, shut the fuck up. You're just a bad person. Making fun of cancer, whoever has it, or harassing anybody is not okay. You don't get to make up that you were harassed. You weren't. Once in a while, you're going to pick the wrong battle and you're going to get fucked up. So how about just battling against things like pure evil? How about saying, oh, hey, instead of seeing these reports of, oh, second whistleblower mysteriously dies, well, can we see what's going on with this plane? Like, has it been taken out of production? Is Boeing being held responsible for something? I mean, can we see what's going on here? Well, no, we're going to just keep, highlighting the fact that these whistleblowers are getting killed, so that other whistleblowers will be, kind of frightened about that. Well, yeah, but we want to know what's happening to the company. And could you be more specific and clear on who's being held responsible for what people are being killed over and not wanting to be exposed? But everybody just goes, nah, I think we'll go over here and, 30 people are going to think it's cool to pick on somebody with cancer instead. Or whatever else. Who knows? There's loads. It's just stupid. Stupid. To not care about the right things. And to use a platform that was free to all for some idiot like Tom calling himself chosen one, and he just sits there talking about tits all night. Some fucking idiot just sitting there talking about tits all night. He can't get a woman to save his life. He's a fucking piece of crap. He doesn't even like women, in my opinion. Secular puts For the first time ever, interview with Maddie. What do you mean for the first time ever? You mean like for you, interviewer? But I'm not trying to say anything. I didn't watch it. I just wondered why, Tish and Connie were so gung ho and happy about hitting, record when Maddie was freezing. Those are people who are mothers. Seculars giving more respect to Maddie than, mothers were. Oh, for solo video without Gerald. Okay, Rainbow, I get you. Why? Where was Gerald? I mean, the amount of videos when I went and looked at that Connie M's channel, bashing the crap out of Maddie. The fact that Tish doesn't think it's like really invasive for her to keep using my face, or where she was, and keep them all up in her videos. And you know what? I mean, some people, like, will panhandle, I guess. There's other people who just won't. Those people who are panhandling probably panhandled and got, like, one day they were like, oh, wow, I can't believe how much money I made panhandling. So they were like the person who, stripped one day and made a shitload of money, and they were like, wow, I didn't think I'd ever strip, but wow, I got some cash, they did it, and then the money was, more than their pride, I guess. You know what I'm saying? Like, but I can't even believe there hasn't been more people be like, wow, Nitty, you literally said that you rolled your own brothers in arms. And it was a beautiful thing. More people have said bad stuff about No BS. Wow, this guy was rolling his fellow soldiers. It's insane. People have said more bad things about me than, a guy who everyone that he interviewed within a month was dead, and he never had to pay them shit. Because he did say, I'll tell you what, if I make any money on this, I'll give you some. Well, he never had to, did he? Because that old RIP behind it was, But even if it was because of that, he'd sleep like a baby. I mean, No BS uses verbatim their own words. She's just basically, I don't even know if it's a she or what, but basically showing how ridiculous it sounds. And people still are like, oh, they think that's blah, 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 blah about No BS. Like that Judge Dahlia person writing those, that long comment about No BS. So what are you saying, Judge? Got a problem with Nitty rolling, rolling his fellow shipmates. You got a problem with that? You're gonna write all that shit down about an OBS? Very talented, puts things in a funny way, and have nothing to say about a guy. Look at Izzy calls, a person going, I'm eating that baby booty, that baby fresh booty. Yeah. The butt munch monster for 12 minutes? I'd suggest your kids never allow their kids around you. Izzy, if you think that's okay and you got some butt munching thing going on. How come Gerald's teeth aren't falling out? How come Maddie did have on camera the guy who came along and stole her phone and hit Gerald and didn't press any charges? I mean, they were right on camera. There could have been no more evidence than that. Guy fucking pulls right up to where he lived. She could have. That's attempted murder. So what happened with that shit? So they did nothing, and nobody said, "Hey, this guy needs to go to this guy." I don't even get that. Like, that's attempted murder. Oh, well, because, we owed him money for drugs. Oh, you think that guy is going to be like, oh, they owed me money for drugs? As far as anybody saw, he pulled up on you and hit him with a Louisville Slugger. And then took your camera and then had the balls to fucking ride probably somebody's stolen bike back to his house where he lived. And people instead will write repeatedly, like Munchie, who wants to pretend they're smart or have money or whatever, or, even productive to the world and necessary. Everybody keep harassing SG. She's definitely the worst thing we've ever seen on YouTube. Shut your fucking trap. There's nothing about you that makes yourself, I don't know, anything more than ridiculous. Anybody supporting Munchie is ridiculous. I'm about to call Buzzballs or write to them and say, hey, these motherfuckers are using your, to harass people. Now, Shannon, I'm pretty certain I know that that's you because you uploaded the video to the wrong, channel. And I mean, really, I just don't even understand how these people are. There's like literally like Izzy clips and like she cuts and pastes her own shit. As if the list of the things that we got a DDP who goes around spewing crap. This is a person who steals baby ducks from their mothers. Okay? People know, people saw it, and lives on his ex-wife's, or what, I don't know, porch, and won't leave, and, is totally whacked, probably cocking guns all the time and shit, got a shitload of, duck shit everywhere, and mother ducks squawking because they want their babies back. And he runs around, and idiots that think they're portraying themselves as decent human beings or something will be like, "Hi, Machi. Hi, DDP." And you're like, you're like outwardly gonna greet crap. That anybody in the right mind would be like, yeah, he was stealing ducks from their mothers, and yeah, the mothers were freaking out and shit, and then the baby ducks, they ended up all deformed because they weren't, doing what they should be and stuff. And who knows where they are now, right? Where are they now, fucker? Before you start typing about me again, DDP, you best be typing where those baby ducks are now. Type where they are, fucker. You big-headed fuck. Or I'll fucking put out your emails and shit that you sent. You fucking weirdo. Probably won't, because I'm just not like that. But you're a piece of shit. Like, I didn't even know you, and you were all like, we could put a bayonet at her brain and scramble them. Like, are you fucking out of your gourd, dude? But, yeah, all you idiots that want to be like, DDP, yeah, DDP, hi, DDP, hi, hi, hi. As if he's some kind of human that you'd like to know. Well, we're too busy doubting a miracle on this lady that's fighting cancer. That, yeah, she must have done something to her kid. She's a triple major English student, but we don't want to take accountability for harassing the fuck out of her and supporting people who harass the fuck out of her. We don't do that. I don't know who you fucking think you are, but I'll let people know who you are. I still hear TM going, she will never take accountability for what she's done. What exactly did I do to you, you complete fucking stranger? You dumb bitch. You are the dumb bitch who has no, thought process that all your kids' friends, if they're somebody who watches their friend's mom be a hoe sometimes online, get up and talk to their friend through the door with a dildo in your ass. We got another mom who has 4 kids whose son just, graduated. That's fucking great. He's a good-looking kid, everything. I can't imagine he knows you have a channel. He knows you have Nazi tattoos. He knows that you do that, diddle for money and get naked and all that shit. I mean, because it's like, holy crap. My poor kid has to be harassed, and I've never done any of that shit. Well, me and my kid got harassed. Never done any of that shit by these people. Dirtbags. Kidding me, right? Just because you go to church doesn't mean that your Hitler tattoos are found. You go to church all you fucking want. It would make sense that you do go on Saturday because you're up with the shit, eugenics, man. Nazis, they love that. Eugenics, yeah. So that would make sense. See? So I gotta wonder if you're raising, like people who are like that and okay with it. I mean, because obviously your kids didn't become your priority when you had them. So and I would never even say or state any of this stuff, except for the fact that these are some fuckers who think they would say and state those things about me. As if Sharon reading is copying you. When I give you credit for being a reader, you think I'm copying you. You sit there going, Sharon mentions Wi-Fi and then in a phone, and SG's got to start. I've been complaining about my Wi-Fi and the phone for quite a bit, bitch. But you know what, bitch? I'd never copy you. Not your way of dress, not your anything. There's nothing I would copy about you. Reading is not copying you. The way that you have to be so transparent in your desperation to want somebody to, you think I would copy you is fucking odd. So you think that all the books in the world were made so that when people read them, they'd be copying you? But I had my channel before you did, and I already had been reading. Ask your buddy Adair. He was over here when I was reading The Art of Racing in the Rain. I mean, there's a big difference between the way I read and the way you read. It's called good and bad. Big difference. I'm sorry. It's a fact. 6 sentences into something you're reading with like no emotion or whatever in what you're reading, like you seem absolutely confused, like your mind can't read the sentence before your mouth says it, that's where your reading lacks. If you can't do that, read the sentence before you verbally say it so that you understand it, it's really comparable to how you did your law and crime. And what it is lazy. Which makes sense. Because you think you should steal everything. So I don't know. I'm not trying to put you down, Sharon, but I didn't care much. Well, for one, I mean, you might think when you say, well, because I don't watch anybody but SG. And then you play, if you're going to do that, what you need to do is say, if you want to see the rest of this audio. If you want to hear the rest of this video that I'm playing here, can someone drop the link to it? That's what you need to do. Like, otherwise, your entire show is you taking credit for my commentary. You even had the audacity to be like, well, I know that SG played the actual audio, but how did you guys think I did as reading it out? I think you made Bible sound too calm. And when people are like, you really could barely even hear me on on the actual audio, but you made certain to make it like I was all, which I wasn't, because I don't sound anything like your stupid fucking lame ass impersonation. I don't impersonate you because you're not entertaining. There's only like, I put my leg behind my head, which is corny as shit. But what a bigger waste of money could there possibly be than to think in your head, I'm going to buy this woman this bubblegum bazooka pink colored spandex outfit that she really can't really wear anywhere unless she was a hooker. Obviously, she's not going to get a job in it. Like, who the fuck's going to go get a job in that? But I feel like, I've got the money to just waste on some bullshit like this. What is in your head with that? But Tish, you seem to think like my wish list was some kind of an issue. Munchie, you seem to think so too. Report this wish list. Fuck off. Go fuck yourself, you fucking skanks. Yeah, this one here with all these hooker claws, and this other stupid one here is okay, blah, 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 blah. I don't care. Like, there's never going to be a day that your stupidity is going to, like, erase facts of what's real and factual, which is pretty good stuff, too. I mean, wow. Miracles, miraculous. Belief, faith, spirituality, kindness, integrity. So I'll just keep being me. And hope that it annoys the people who hate all those things. I've never been accused of copying somebody for reading in my life. Now, Amy, before you're feeling a little superior there to the stupidity, I've also never been accused of being, I don't know what you're calling me, like a junkie or something for having armor on. And yet, and then, like, to this day, you still act like it escapes you that the normal thing for you to do would be to fucking apologize, bitch. You have no integrity. I don't know why you fight about your character and your integrity. There is none. Until you apologize about Armor Off and remove your community posts and shit, you don't have any. You don't have any. You accuse somebody of being something they're not, and then you want to tell people to fuck off when it's done back to you. So somebody enabling you to come to America, in your eyes, gifting other people is enabling them. When it comes to you, bitch, sitting there with your $7.50 iced coffee. I mean, really? Who does that? Could you ever imagine going somewhere and paying? So what is that? That says, that'd be what, like $5 for it? $5? Go to fucking Cumberland Farms. They're good there too. Who the fuck would go and pay $7.50? I just can't even. Like, same with UTH. $25 a day at Tim Hortons when you could just make your own coffee. But who was the most ridiculous scammer of all? Oh, the woman with practical gifts on her wish list. Definitely, you guys should make videos about that. I also want to say I feel bad for whoever had to eat that meal that you cooked, because that's some shit right there, man. The constant wiping your nose while you were cooking was like simply having no awareness. I mean, I'm not even trying to go off on like people that, but whatever. I'm just pointing out the obvious of things that you can. I mean, I'm just like shocked. I'm really in shock. But don't forget to thumbs up. Don't forget to encourage people. Really think about, the future and try to do something to, I mean, just truly, I'm like shocked that a whole community page of somebody's would be inundated with pictures of Joey Ramone who died of cancer. And people don't think that person's mocking somebody who died of cancer is so shocking. Please, from now on, don't be ashamed of your intelligence. Don't hide it. Don't be a coward either, because I don't know. It doesn't mean that you're a coward by not talking in here, but by promoting and enabling things like that behavior and not speaking out against it is that's kind of like enabling people. Like, it's so, I don't know, it blows my mind. I can't wrap my head around it, and I never want to. I just always would rather try to become a better person every single day. And I don't know, learn, be better, believe, have faith, spirituality, encourage people to also believe that. And if I was going through cancer, or a loved one of mine was going through cancer, I certainly wouldn't be making fun of other people with cancer, or I can't, that's one thing I'm just blown away by. That would be like, wow, am I like putting out bad juju? Yeah, I mean, you would think they would be, but they'd be the first to point out if somebody else is saying negative words. You need to start turning that finger around and pointing at yourself and thinking, am I really living as I should be as a person? It doesn't mean that if you're a smoker, or if you drink, or if you gamble, or if you buy shoes too much, that makes you a bad person. But if you're intentionally running around trying to hurt somebody, yeah, that does make you a bad person. It does. Just, if it doesn't, what somebody else gives their body, the fact that somebody actually literally took the time to pretend that they bought everything on a wish list to deter people from buying. They had multiple, there's still, Tish, take down your videos with my face in them, because it's disgusting, which makes you disgusting. And a lot of others too. Really, take a good look at yourselves. You're not stand-up people. You're being told you're stand-up people by other people who aren't stand-up people either. It's my opinion. Stand-up people are pretty rare. Peace, love, and tacos. United we stand, divided we fall, and steel sharpens steel. And knowledge is power.